Hello, everybody. Welcome to another live stream. I hope everybody's doing really well and having yourselves a great Sunday. Are we still okay? No, we're not. Okay. At first we were really jittery, but it's the transition. I don't know what's up with the transition. I mean, I do. It's the Atom vertical plugin or whatever, but that's okay. It's not their fault. It's not their fault. I still love you, Atom. I still love you. Don't worry. I hope everybody's doing really well and having a really good day. We're here and ready to get started. I am obviously feeling better. I don't know if it's obvious, but I am feeling better. I've been sick over the last few days, which kind of sucked. But thankfully I didn't get super sick, which is nice. It's been really, really quick. Like, I started feeling under the weather about 3 days ago. Then 2 days ago, I felt like absolute trash. Then yesterday I felt kind of like trash during the day, and like in the evening I was feeling way better. Today I feel much better. Feeling a little bit weird, but it's only because I did not sleep. Like, I slept, but it wasn't a good sleep, and I don't know why. Like, I went to bed fairly early. I went to bed at like 3:30 in the morning, which, for those who don't know, I work night shift. So for me, I'm usually going to bed at around 8 in the morning. So 3:30 was really early for me to go to bed. And then I was up at like 10:30. So it was like 7 hours, roughly 6.5, 7 hours, which is the average of what I get. So I don't know why I'm feeling the way that I am. I think it's just because I'm sick. But my friend Preston suggested that I try a neti pot, which I will admit that I was super scared to do. Because like I took a few swimming lessons when I was a kid, not very many, but I hated when the water would get up my nose. That was a really big thing for me. It used to drive me nuts, so I didn't like going in the pool, and then I almost drowned, so I stopped trying to swim. But I didn't like that feeling, so I thought the neti pot was gonna feel that way, and that I would have to just like get used to it. So I wasn't looking forward to it, and then I did it, and it feels weird. My eyes were like watering worse than my nose was. But Andrew, how's it going, man? How are you? Thank you so much for the rose. How are things? And so I was like really worried. I did it and it felt weird and my eyes were going crazy. But once I did it, for the first little while, I still felt just as congested. Surprisingly, not a bunch of gross stuff came out. Like, you've seen some people do it, I'm sure, on TikTok, and it's like all like green and gross. Mine didn't come out like that. It was clear. But I blow my nose a lot. Because I have a hard time breathing because of the way my nose is. And so I did it, and at first I was like, okay, but like, at least I know it's clean in there, but still, it didn't like make a huge difference. And then I showered and everything. After it dried up, because obviously there was still moisture in there, once it dried up, I had not breathed that clearly in years. Like, even when I'm not sick, I hadn't breathed that clearly in years. And even today, I'm a bit stuffed up, but not anywhere near as bad as I was a couple of days ago, and I'm still breathing better than I should be right now. Like, it's really nice. Preston's advice was amazing. It made a huge difference, so I'm a huge fan of neti pots now. I'm still not feeling great, but I'll be doing the neti pot again tonight just to try to help flush more stuff out, make myself feel even better. But thankfully, I'm feeling a lot better now. Yeah, I had never done it before, and like I've heard to use it, right? But I've never really bothered, right? But I thought I would do it just to help make myself feel better, because my sinuses were hurting over the last couple of days, and it helped so much. My sinuses barely hurt at all today. And like I said, my breathing is way clearer, so I'm excited to see what happens when I do it when I'm not sick. Maybe it'll even help me sleep even better at night, which will be really great. Nasonex helps. See, my problem is that I have so my grandfather had a certain type of congenital thing. I don't know what it's actually called in English. The word in Spanish is a very politically incorrect term that isn't used anymore, that they used to use for people with Down syndrome. But the medical term is that. And so I don't know what it actually is in English. But basically, People who are afflicted with this, they have a widened forehead, their eyes are slightly more separated, and their nose deforms. And so it's like a 50-50 chance that the kids are going to get it. If the kid doesn't have it, the next generation could have it 50-50. My brother and sister don't have it. I definitely don't have it, but I did get the trait of the nose. So I have my grandfather's nose, and one of the things with his nose is it began to swell quite a bit. Now he had skin cancer, and so, but it wasn't the life-ending type. It was just he had an excess of moles that would grow all the time, and so he would go in and get moles removed, and a lot of them grew around his nose. So by the time he died, he had no cartilage in his nose anymore. His nose was super soft, so we didn't know how bad his nose would have gotten over the years because the doctors were removing parts of it all the time. So I have kind of that. So my nose itself is thicker, which is what makes it hard for me to breathe. So even something like Nasonex, which helps with like the capillaries to tighten, so then your nose unswells. It's not so much that my nose is swollen, just my nose is thick. So the only thing that would really help would be like a nose job to like properly like get rid of some of the flesh, which I'm getting to the point where I may want to talk to my dermatologist about it, because I just can't. I can still breathe through my nose, but I always feel like I'm slightly stuffed. So thankfully the neti pot really helped with that, so that makes me feel way better. But yeah, it's so polyps do run in my family. My dad had polyps for a really long time. Thankfully, I haven't had any symptoms like that, but I still get looked out for all the time, especially because my grandfather's skin cancer and everything. So I go once a year to the dermatologist, and she makes me like strip down and she looks at everything. I've removed a few. I had one on this elbow, like a mole that they had to remove that looked like it was cancerous, and then the lab lost the sample, and so we never found out if it was cancerous or not. They removed it, and then they sent it in. They lost it, had me come back in. They removed more of the skin. They ended up taking like a 2-inch section from my elbow. And then they sealed it up. They did a pretty good job, actually. And then they're like, there was no more of the mole on the second biopsy. They're like, so we'll just keep an eye out. And then they removed one on my forehead that I had as well. So they're starting to remove moles here and there, but overall it's been okay. But yeah, that's why I go to the doctors all the time to keep an eye on the polyps and the skin cancer potential. But since I'm there, I might as well ask her about my nose. First, I want to see if I can do something like a laser treatment to see if that'll help reduce some of like the fleshiness of my skin, but we'll see. Sepcat, how you doing? Welcome. How are things? We win. How was last night? Tell me. Did the kids have a lot of fun? I hope they did. That looked like a lot of fun. That looked like a crazy time. But yeah, what I'm getting at anyway is that my nose feels incredibly clear, which I have not felt in forever. And it makes me really happy, because I was really dreading getting sicker, because usually I get sick, like I feel under the weather the first day, then I feel really sick the second, then I feel like death for about 3 or 4 days, and then I start to get better. But it takes about a week from the day I start feeling sick to the day that I'm almost done feeling sick. But this has been 3 days, so knock on wood, I'm past the worst of it, and this isn't like the eye of the storm where things are calm and then all of a sudden everything blows up again. But so far, so good. Outside of that, there hasn't been much news. I kind of reorganized in here a little bit. I had been talking about this last stream. I set up that corner back there with a camera. I got rid of the shelf that's back there. That's why the lamp is there now. I got rid of the shelf that was back there, and I set up my I set up a camera stand and my lights and my microphone, so it's just good to go. So whenever I am ready to record a TikTok, I can just go over there and do it. I don't have to like pull out the lights and set them up and put them away, and they're just there. They're not even on camera, so it's perfect. I did that, and then I had a spare TV that I wasn't using, and my monitor does HDR. It's 1440p, it's HDR, but it's only 400 nits. So it's like the bare minimum of HDR. Like, it's not even really HDR. But my TV is better HDR. It's one of those QLEDs, or ULEDs is what Hisense calls it, but it's basically a QLED. It's got the quantum dots to help with the brightness, and it's got, I think it's 56 zones of lighting, so it helps with the darks a bit. And it was just sitting there collecting dust. So I lugged it in this room, and so now I've got this giant TV in here that I'm going to be using whenever I play like a console game. So when I do PC, I'm still going to use my regular monitor, but when I do console games, I'm going to use this big ass TV. So I did quite a bit in here. It's not noticeable to anybody else, but it's stuff that's going to make my life a little bit better as a content creator. So I'm really excited about that. And then I cleaned all day. So my house is pretty much spotless. After the stream, I got to do the bathrooms, or the bathroom. And then that's it. Everything else has been clean. My laundry is done. The stream room is clean. I mopped, I vacuumed, I dusted, I did everything. So I was pretty productive yesterday despite being sick, which is great. Ty, how you doing? Welcome. I don't know if I can do Saturday. I gotta double check. Let me get back to you. Because I have an audition at GCP. I don't know if you know GCP, the community theater. You probably do, because they're like the biggest community theater in the Niagara region. I have an audition with them. It's on Thursday, but I can't remember if the callback is on Saturday or on Sunday. So let me get back to you just to find out, because the callback could be quite a few hours, and I don't know if I'll be able to hang out that day. But let me get back to you. I got to look it up to see if I can find the dates and stuff. But yeah, I should definitely be fine by next week, though. Definitely be fine. I still can't like it. Yeah. That city has changed a lot. Like, I lived there about 10 years ago. So right around the time you moved there, I moved out. But I lived there for about 7 years. And yeah, it's changed a lot in that time. It's changed a whole lot. Yeah, we'll figure it out for sure. Let me just look up the dates and everything online to see if they have when the callback is and stuff. I might not even get the callback, right? They might hear me and be like, no, you're not right for it. Because I know the leads are all women and the men are very minor roles. So I'm hopeful I'll get something, but I may not suit them because most of the men in the show are supposed to be like 50 plus, and there's like 2 characters, I think, that are in their 30s. So I may not even have a role. So either way, I'll let you know. I'll let you know what the dates are, and then after my audition on Thursday night, I'll let you know for sure. Yeah, that's definitely still an issue there, Ty. That's definitely still an issue. But yeah, that's pretty much it. But I'm very proud of myself. I was very, very, very busy making everything clean up. I wasn't planning to. You know, my original plan was just to clean up my cable management, because it's turned into a mess over the last like week. Even though this room is like the new setup, I like have been tweaking things and moving things around, and in the process I made a huge mess again. So that was my plan. And then while I was standing in here because of the meds and stuff, I was like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do to fix this. And then I turned around and I was like, well, I could get rid of that shelf and put the camera up. I'm like, I'll do that. And so I got distracted with that. And then I put everything away, and there was like a big mess in the other living room, and I was like, I'll tidy that up now. And as I was tidying, I was like, this TV is not being used. I have it set up because if my mom comes over, but I had another TV, which was a pretty crappy TV. And I was like, well, this one's literally just sitting on the floor. So I can just like put this one in that living room and take the nice one and put it in my stream room so I can use it for my streams. It's like, yeah, I'll do that. So I totally like distracted myself. And then at that point I started cleaning the whole house and everything. So it was a productive day nonetheless. It was a productive day. It was due to you, because, and it wasn't even so much the mess, it was just you were talking about cleaning, and then I showed you the pictures of like the bit of mess that I had, and I was like, yeah, I should probably start working on my cable management. And that's how it all snowballed out of control. I didn't finish till about 10:30 at night, but at 10:30 at night my house was spotless, so I feel pretty good about it. It's just the bathroom I need to do, and even that's not so bad. It's more about just cleaning the tub and the toilet. But like, oh, I even moved the couches around, because I have 2 couches. One of them was one of those old like sectional L style couches, but we threw half of it out because Alana didn't like it and it got ripped. So we threw that part out, and I have one half. But the half that I have, it's not like the full, like the U shape with the 2 armrests. Instead, it only has one, and it's supposed to be like a chaise lounge style on the other half. but the cushion slips off. So it's really uncomfortable to like lay on that couch. And then I had my reclining couch, which was in the front living room, which I don't use. And so I was like, you know what, I'll swap them around. So that way, when I play my Xbox in the back living room, I can have my feet up nice and relaxed. So I even did that. Like I did a lot yesterday, but now my house super, super clean. So I'm very, very happy and very proud of myself. Come clean my rooms. No way, man. I'm so done with that. I'm so done with that. I miss my little girl, but oh man, having a little kid around is constant cleaning. Like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Now that it's just me, I only have to clean like once a week, and the rest of the time the house looks fairly neat outside of dishes. So I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Want to trade? No, no thank you. No thank you. No, thank you, because teenagers are just as bad as little kids. Teenagers are just as bad. Out of the three of us with my mom, my brother was the messiest, my sister was second, and I was third. I was still pretty messy. So it's not like I was a neat freak and my sister was like average and my brother was a pig. We were all pigs. But we've all grown up, and my sister, she doesn't do the maintenance stuff. Like she doesn't do the dusting, she doesn't do the mopping, but her house is relatively neat. It's just got a lot of stuff in it, but it's relatively neat. My brother, complete disaster all the time. My house, I become the neat freak. I'm the one that like is constantly cleaning and constantly trying to keep my house neat. The only thing I suck at is the dishes, but now I got a dishwasher, so I just shove it in there and I don't even have to see them. And then when it's full, I just start it. It's beautiful. All I have to ever clean is the pots and pans, so it makes my life so much easier. But most of the time I keep my house pretty neat, except for my bed. I never make my bed. I hate making my bed. Sounds like me. Your sister, that is. Yeah, the only thing I don't like to do is dusting. Like shelves and stuff. I'll dust my TV and stuff that I use on a regular basis, but I never ever dust my shelves. I hate doing that. Not that I hate it, it's just I'm too lazy to like take everything off the shelf and dust and put it all back in. But I do dust every once in a while. But like I mop and sweep the floor. I sweep the floors a couple times a week, 3 times a week. I mop at least once a week. I've got one of those steam mops, so I get like nice and deep into the flooring and clean it real nice. Yeah, I try really hard to stay neat. The shelves need to be dusted. News to me. Yeah, I'm not very good at it. I'm very, very not good at it. Like even when I transferred my room into here, because I had to take everything off the shelf to move the shelves, that's when I took advantage to dust everything. But oh, there was like a caked on layer of stuff on them. It was so gross. Vargas, hello. Nice to see you. Welcome. So this is a pretty early stream. I would normally stream on Saturdays because I've been doing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, then Friday, Saturday. But Sunday seems to work really well for me to get up early because I've had all Saturday off. And so by the time I go to bed, even if it's at like 4 in the morning, 6 hours of sleep is 10 in the morning. Like I'm still up really early on Sunday. Because I also have to be up early on Monday. So I think I may shift my Saturday stream to Sunday. And then maybe, I still haven't fully decided, but maybe I'll do something like Sunday, Monday, then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and take Tuesday and Saturday off. That still gives me a bit of like a split up schedule, while still being really consistent to be live almost every day. I might do that. Mondays just really suck for me. That's the only reason I don't like Mondays, because Mondays really suck. I'm still not 100% sure yet. But I think Sundays are going to be it. I'm not going to do Saturdays anymore. I think I'm going to do Sundays now because it allows me to go early. And the beauty is, the reason I want to go early, for those who don't know, is I have a few viewers who have been around for a really long time and have become good friends of mine who live in Europe, and so my later streams is really hard for them to hang out. So if I start a bit earlier, it gives them a better chance to be able to be here for most of the stream. So I've been really trying to get up earlier to do my other streams, but there's just no way. I just have no energy to do that. So at least if on Sunday I can do it, then the rest of the week I can go a bit later, and you know, they can pop in at the beginning of the stream and not feel completely like I abandoned them, because I feel horrible about that because they were there when nobody else was, as in like viewership, not like, you know, that everybody abandoned me, I have no friends. I mean, like, they were the ones that still watched after I took my break and came back. So I really don't want to just like stream at a time that they can't watch, because I like hanging out with them. So it is my only option right now. Unless I can fully change my sleep schedule around, this is pretty much how it's gonna be. So that's probably the plan, you know? Hold on, I missed the first part of that, we win. Hey, why can't I scroll up? Let me... What the hell? There we go. I have too much stuff to dust, and I never learned how. I forget stuff. Yeah, I do forget things. I forget things. I don't know how you're supposed to properly dust. All I do is just kind of dampen a cloth and then like move everything off the shelf and wipe it, and then wipe the things as I put them back. But it takes forever. That's why I hate it. But I have one of these sent to me by Opolar, sorry. This was sent to me by Opolar. This is not a branded stream, but this was sent to me by Opolar. And it is a blower. Not that kind of blower. I don't have one of those. It's a blower, and it's got some pretty decent speed to it and a little brush. And so I'm able to like blow a lot of the dust away without having to fully wipe stuff down. It's great for like PC parts and stuff, but I use it on the shelf once in a while just to kind of keep it clean. I just forget to charge it, which is the problem. But yeah, I don't like dusting. I hate dusting. And I don't have any Legos, so the only Lego I have, I don't know if you can you see it? I don't know. It's right there. Oh no, it's not. It's right where the text is, right here. It's this little Lego, what are they called? You know, they're sus, those guys. I don't know what they're called. The little space guys in that game where you kill your friends, whatever that game is. Among Us. It's a little Among Us character that Nora made for me. And so that's the only Lego stuff on my shelf. My nose is itchy. My nose is itchy. Yes, Deacon. Among Us. That's it. JX. I actually don't stream that much. I only stream about 4 hours, 5 days a week. That's not really that much in the streaming realm. I have a few friends that stream 8 hours, 6-7 days a week. But I'm also trying to treat this like a job, so I can't just stream like 1 hour a week, because then nobody would ever watch. So I do have to do quite a bit, but 20 hours a week really isn't that bad. It's what a lot of people spend playing video games sometimes. Hello, Michael Jackson. How are you? Yeah, I only stream about 4 hours a stream, and it's only like 5 days a week, and even sometimes it's only a couple of hours depending on what's happening. Like Monday, tomorrow, I have an appointment to go get my oil changed in my car, so my stream's gonna start really late, and it's probably only gonna be like 2 hours, just because I have to work, and Mondays are my longest day at work. And so I have to get that oil change, and so I have no choice. But yeah, I'll do anything from like 2 hours, depending on like if I'm really busy or I don't feel well. 6 hours is the absolute max that I would do, but I average about 4 hours usually. Preston, how are you, man? I know, I showed a weapon on stream, I'm gonna get totally banned. Totally, that's what's gonna happen. Nice, Michael Jackson. I'm glad to hear that. But yeah, so that's kind of it, really. I've got now the nice setup. Oh, I also, because I switched the shelves around, now that is lit. Because before I had a shelf over here that was lit, and then that shelf was lit, but this one was blank, so it had like a weird dark spot, which made the whole room look darker. But now like they're all lit, so now the room looks a heck of a lot brighter. I think the room looks pretty good now. Yeah, I think the only thing I want to do is maybe paint my room, but I'm not going to do that now because that involves taking stuff out, and I don't want to do that right now. But I'll eventually paint it like a nice gray color, just so it doesn't stand out too much, but it can still reflect a bit of the colors from the LEDs and stuff. Blocks, how's it going? Welcome. Blocked for self-harm. He's getting rid of all that dust. How dare he? That's his skin. He's getting rid of all his skin cells. Self-harm. So we're going to play some Minecraft. We're going to continue with that only because I don't feel like playing Resident Evil. Because we also have played Resident Evil a couple of times since we last played Minecraft. I also, because I haven't slept well, I'm not in the best of moods to do something that would be challenging. And with Minecraft, at least I can just kind of wander around, even though it is hardcore. And we're just gonna kind of screw around for a while, for a few hours anyway. What games have you all been playing? What have you been doing, gaming wise? Because I have been playing a bit of Starfield, which has been really fun. Preston and I, that's pretty much all we ever talk about now, because there's like, I think the game is great. I'm really liking the game, and I don't like Bethesda games, and I really like this game. I haven't had a chance to play it as much as I would like, but I've definitely been enjoying it. I got to sit down and play for like a couple of hours straight last night, which was great. And I played for a couple of hours on my TV, on my recliner with like my feet up and stuff. And then I headed to bed, and then like I pulled up my ROG Ally and played for like another hour, half an hour on my ROG Ally, which can run it really well, surprisingly. I've been playing on the Xbox, so it's like limited to 30 frames, and my ROG is running at like 40 frames. So it feels great on my ROG Ally. I'm just like laying in bed, just playing. It was pretty nice. It was pretty nice. I'm really liking that game. A lot of Rainbow Six. Nice, nice. Am I a moody guy? Depends. I can be. I can be very moody, but it's not that I'm moody. I'm autistic, and I push myself to the limit, so I'm constantly burning out, which makes me shut down a lot. And because I tend to do jobs that are very social, I have to mask at a very high level all the time, like right now. So I can get very, very overburdened, like I do too much, and then I just shut down and don't want to talk. So for some people, they see that as me being moody. I, for the longest time, thought it was me being moody, but it's just me being completely burnt out for the day. And so I now know better to like, no, I need to take a break. Or I know when I'm going into it and it's not going to go well for me, which is what today is. Today I started the day burnt out. And so I know that the stream is not going to be a fun time for me compared to other times. I'm not going to hate it. Like, that's why I'm live. If I was going to hate it, I wouldn't be live. But I am definitely at a point where like my masking is taking a lot of energy right now, and it's harder for me to keep it going. So I'm a little bit snippier when I'm like this. But it's because my mask just kind of drops and I just answer bluntly. But overall, I wouldn't say that I'm moody. I just burn out a lot because I have a hard time keeping that mask going. That's pretty much what it is. You've been working a lot lately, Moa? Moa, I didn't even see you there. How are you? Yeah, work can really get in the way of gaming for sure. For sure. You want to play more? But yeah, I still haven't played Baldur's Gate 3 since the last stream. I really need to get back into that game because I did like it. I also haven't beaten Divinity. I need to beat that one too. Does it? It looks like the guys on Starfield. This is about as like much facial hair as I like, because from this point forward I start looking scruffy and I don't really like it. One, I feel like it makes me look a little bit messy, and it's a pain in the butt trying to like maintain the lines so it looks neat. Because it's not thick enough, my lines aren't super easy to maintain for me. And I had a little like electric razor that was supposed to be for your eyebrows and stuff, and I would use it to line myself up, but that takes forever to get the lines properly, so I just like I wing it. And two, I don't like how much older it makes me look, and so I like having a clean shaven face, but I don't like going fully clean shaven because then my face looks rounder. This gives me some texture. So I like this or a little bit shorter, and that's about it. Autistic is somebody who doesn't understand social cues as easily or can't pick up on social cues. So things that other people automatically understand or know is not as easy for me to understand or know. So like when somebody says something, I take it very literally. But it's more complicated than that. This is a really, really basic way of saying it. But like when you ask somebody, how are you? And they say, I'm okay. A non-autistic person can tell if somebody is being sarcastic or lying when they say they're okay. Whereas I'll very much take it as in, oh, okay, they're okay. Now, I've learned certain things that will tell me, no, they're not being truthful. But I have a hard time reading into that. A good example would be in dating. This is one of the things that until now I didn't realize. A lot of women used to tell, like they used to talk to me and then they would cut me off. And then there were a couple that I became friends with afterwards, and their main reason for losing interest in me is they thought that I came off as very desperate. And when I asked them how I came off as desperate, their response was that I responded too quickly to texts. But like in my mentality is if I'm holding my phone on TikTok, YouTube, whatever, and you text me and I see it, why wouldn't I answer you? Right? Like a regular conversation. If you're talking to me, I'm not going to just sit there for 2 minutes in silence and then respond to you. I'm going to respond to you when you talk to me. So that's how I see it. Non-autistic people understand that you're supposed to play hard to get and you don't respond right away, even if you see it, and pretend like you didn't. And I don't understand why you would do that. So like, those are the things that make me really feel weird because I don't understand why. But that's the autistic thing, is I don't understand it. I know I'm supposed to. And so now what I do is when somebody messages me, now if it's my friends, you can ask Preston. I answer almost immediately. Same with like Girl Thulu and stuff. But now, like if I'm talking to somebody that I would want to get to know, you know, date wise, like I see their answer, I come up with my response, and then I make sure I wait like 10 or 15 minutes before I respond back. Even though I could respond right now. And I don't understand why I'm waiting 15 minutes. But I'm doing it because I know they think that that's what I should do. So that's what it's like to be autistic. So it's kind of rough sometimes because I'll do something and people will think something totally different than what I mean. Or like I'll say something and people will think I mean more by it. You know what I mean? Like if I come up to somebody and I say to them, you know, like, I'm not hitting on you. I just want to tell you you're like absolutely beautiful or you're super handsome. A lot of people will interpret that as me saying that to make you feel more comfortable, but I'm still hitting on you. Whereas like in my mind, it's like, no, I'm telling you I'm not hitting on you because that's me telling you that I'm not hitting on you. I'm not trying to like send some coded message behind it. But some people don't understand that. They think that there's a coded message because that's how non-autistic people talk. And I've learned coded messages, but it's not easy for me to understand them all the time. So that's kind of what it is. That's kind of the breakdown. Yeah, I'm the same way. If I don't respond right away, I forget. I forget too. But I am very, very much of the kind that will respond immediately. And I'll even have to actively stop myself because somebody will message me. There's a certain somebody that has messaged me in the past, and I get really excited when they message me because I really look up to them. And then when they message me, I'll sometimes message 2 or 3 times in a row, and then I have to actively stop because I would love to keep talking, and I know that if I do, I'm gonna eventually like, they're gonna be like, he never shuts up. And so I have to like actively stop myself because I know that that's not socially acceptable. So those are the things that make it hard, you know? How are you doing, Night Owl? How are things? Adrian, hello, welcome. I've never watched it, Patrick. Never watched it. Have no thoughts on it. I don't even know what it looks like. I've only ever heard the name, and I genuinely thought that that was the same as the... I don't even know what it's called. I don't know what it's called. There's another cartoon, but it's an American cartoon. I thought it was that, but no, I have no idea. No thoughts. Sorry. But yeah. Yeah, ADHD also has a lot of social misunderstandings. I have ADHD. Like we call it ADHD because it's a mix of both. The thing is, my ADHD is all in my mind. It's not my physicality. Like, I'm not the type of person that is like super like, oh my God, what's going on? I want to keep talking and I want to do, but I'm not that kind of ADHD. My brother is. My brother is the kind that like, he cannot be still for more than 2 minutes straight. He has to be moving around. When we work together, if he's got to just sit around and wait, he'll sit for like a minute, then he has to stand up and walk around and he's got to make noise and he's got to like sing and like he can't sit still. I can sit still for hours on end doing nothing. But my mind is constantly on the go and I'm constantly analyzing. I'm constantly thinking. I get my part of the ADHD is the attention deficit where I get distracted really easily. That's my biggest problem is I get very distracted, which then makes it very hard to be motivated. I don't have the hyperactivity. I have the distraction. And so my problem is that I will fixate on something and the rest of the world doesn't matter because I'm doing something that I'm very interested in, which is also part of the autism thing. But then I will instantly lose interest and I move away and I have zero interest in what's going on. Whereas autism, you stick to certain interests for a very long time, which I have some. Like content creation is one of my fixations with the lighting and the sound. Totally fixated on that. Acting is another really big fixation for me. But like other things, video games. People get really mad at me because I don't beat video games, and that's why my ADHD doesn't let me. Like I've tried to play Baldur's Gate multiple times since the last time I streamed it. I literally load up the game and then I turn it back off because it's just not stimulating me enough to keep going. And that's why I've been like concentrating really hard on Starfield because I know the second that I distract myself, I'm not going to play it anymore. And I really want to. So it's kind of what happens. That's why with my stream, I can chat forever because I get totally distracted and sidetracked and do my own thing. So they have some stuff that crosses over, but there's definitely some big things that are different. Hey, Ginger, how you doing, man? How's it going? Yeah, all my bio stuff is outdated, Sepcat. All of it is. Yep, my ADHD is totally keeping me from playing Minecraft right now. Absolutely. Absolutely. I just enjoy a little. Exactly, Buckmane. And that's the hard part sometimes. Mikey, how's it going? Welcome. Is it Mike? Yeah, Mikey, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the things with gaming is I'll enjoy the game a lot for a very short amount of time and then I move on. Like there's a game in VR called Lone Echo. And multiple times I've started it and multiple times I've loved it and then I just never go back to it. Horizon Call of the Mountain. Totally obsessed with that game when it first came out. Haven't played it in like a month. Minecraft. I have spent a stupid amount of hours playing Minecraft and then I get bored and I don't go back to it. And then I'll come back and I'll be totally fixated again. So like it's a really weird balance. I mean, the beauty is I can totally get my money's worth in a couple of days from a video game because I'll fixate like crazy and then I'll never go back to it. And I know that there's still more that I can get out of it, which is nice, but then I just never get back to it. So that kind of sucks. Oh, nice, man. How was the museum? What kind of museum was it? And what Great Lake are you going to? So, Vargas, not anymore. The person who's told you that is outdated. It's ADHD worldwide. Even in the States, it's ADHD. ADD is the old terminology that nobody uses anymore except for doctors who are stuck in their ways. But even like the medical field, the DSM-5, I think is what the book is called, which is the book that has all these diagnoses, ADHD. It's not ADD anymore at all. VI Pigeon, hello, how's it going? Same disorder combo too. Yeah, it's it can be frustrating sometimes, you know, and if you don't know about it, that's the problem that I had is I didn't know about it. My parents, they're Latino. They are very old-fashioned in their ways, and they grew up in El Salvador in between the 60s and the 80s. So when they came here, they were already behind because back then the world wasn't as connected as it is now. So like I remember when I was a kid, I used to go back to El Salvador and they were enjoying things that were popular here like 5-6 years ago. Now they're way more up to date, but back then that's how it was. And so my parents have a very different understanding of psychology and mental illness and all that kind of stuff. And so my mom still doesn't accept the whole autism thing. My nephew is like the stereotypical autistic little boy. Like just seeing him, I knew from the start. And then he got diagnosed, full blown everything. And my mom's still, no, he's just weird, which is what she always told me my whole life, that I was just weird. And so I spent my whole life just thinking I was weird until I got older. Now in my 30s is when I figured all this stuff out and started talking to doctors and, you know, getting a bunch of stuff done. And, a lot of my life makes sense now. A lot of my life makes sense now. Things that I didn't understand why people didn't like me. Now I understand why. And so it makes me feel better. It kind of sucks because I'm like, man, that's just the way I am. And that really sucks. And that means I have to fake more to be more likable. At the same time, it's really nice because I'm not beating myself up for things that other people had blamed me for. Because sometimes it's like, I just don't understand the difference. I'm sorry. And that's on you if you're too narrow-minded to think that that's a lie. And that makes me feel so much better, even with dating. Like, I have dated quite a bit. I used to be very handsome when I was younger, and I dated quite a bit, and I was very good at masking before. And so I could get girlfriends, but I could never keep a girlfriend because they couldn't put up with me because I was so weird. And a lot of it was misinterpretations, and a lot of it was me not understanding social norms. So things that I was asking weren't exactly acceptable. And I didn't see it that way, but I was always told that I was kind of a jerk. Oh, hold on. Oh. Hold on. Give me a sec here. You're gonna look at my armpits for a bit. I apologize. Fuck, man, I appreciate the dino. The little dino. The dinky dino. Give me a sec here. Give me a sec here. Oh, it is on. Why is it not? Did the power settings reset, maybe? Oh, that reset. Okay. Okay, does that fix it? Okay, hopefully that fixes it. We'll see. Night Owl, if you're still there, let me know, because I figured something out about the camera that I don't think you use one of these, but I'm gonna make a video about it, but you might have content with this if you want, in case you're still there. It's outdated, Vargas. It's outdated. I work in the medical field. It's outdated. ADHD is the term. That is the term. ADD doesn't exist anymore. The schools are still using it. Schools are not psychologists. Schools are not therapists. Schools are not the ones that do it. They get that from the doctors. And the doctor that sent them that is the one that put that in there. And they are outdated. It's ADHD. ADD doesn't exist anymore. Just like Asperger's doesn't exist. It's just autism now. It's the exact same thing with ADD. ADD doesn't exist anymore. It's ADHD. I'm not going to argue about it anymore. I'm 37 years old and I went to school. ADHD. It makes you hungry, but you feel sick when you eat. See, ADHD is supposed to the meds are supposed to either make you super hungry or completely destroy your appetite. It didn't affect mine, which was wonderful because I can still eat just fine, which is great. It also can mess with your sleeping patterns, and it didn't mess with mine, which is also great. And that's the thing. My meds fit me just right, which is awesome. I was on a different one, which worked so much better. It was really good, but it had a really bad side effect with my heart, which kind of sucks. So I had to get off that one. This one doesn't work as well as that one did. as far as like the feelings and the concentration and motivation, but it's definitely better than not being on them, and none of the bad side effects ever took place, which is awesome. And I tried a whole lot of medications, so it's been great that I found something. My Indian parents from India, for them, mental illness doesn't exist. They slap the depression out of your body. Exactly, Buckman. That's how my parents are. And that was it. My parents always told me I was weird, right? And so it was really frustrating growing up like that my whole life. And now all of a sudden I'm like, oh, I am quote unquote weird, but it's not because I am some like D-bag. Oh, my camera's still not on. What the heck? Sorry, I didn't realize I had to reset it. Hold on. It was supposed to turn on. It turned on the camera itself. I was even like pointing at the camera and everything. There we go. I was even doing one of these and everything, and you couldn't see me doing it. Okay, there we go. So it was really like, yeah, I'm quote unquote weird, but it's not that I'm weird. It's just that I don't fully understand the social norms out there, things that you're supposed to do that society just says that's, yeah, it turned off again. Okay. Give me a sec. You didn't even get to see the armpits. Give me a sec here. Give me a quick sec. Give me a quick sec. Come on, reset. It's so slow at turning on. Sounds like me. It's just really slow at turning it on. It's always so hard to do it when I can't see the buttons. Trying to work backwards. Okay. Where is the setting? Whoops. Oh, come on, I can't find it. I'm gonna give myself a friggin' hernia. Ugh. Annual exposure. Oh, is it different because of that thing now? Okay, maybe it's on here then. Give me a sec, everybody. I'm sorry. This setting is a pain in the butt to try to figure out. Okay, let's go here. Now can I switch this? Okay. And now let me turn it on. Oh, reaching out the whole time was really exhausting. Okay, there we go. It's back to 1080p. It was at 4K, but I guess it just can't handle it. I don't know why, because everything that I read online says it can handle 4K. This is why I get dizzy, because I don't breathe. Everything that I read online said that the ZV E10 can handle 4K for streaming without overheating, but apparently it can. So maybe it's only under 24 frames. Anyways, Night Owl, I saw that you messaged. So remember how we were talking about the focusing issue? Look, it's not focusing. It's not focusing. Is the autofocus off? Is that why? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Can I turn it back on? Ah. That's why. Okay, give me a sec. Oh, whoa, that's weird. Now you can see my settings. Look at that. Okay, but why can we see them? How do I not let that happen? I think it's under HDMI settings, right? There we go. Okay. Okay. Are we good? Okay, there we go. So, Night Owl. The focus thing. Remember how I was saying that under 4K I couldn't get the eye tracking focusing, and it was just like the wide that I could do, and it was a big headache. There's a setting that you can turn on under the HDMI settings. There's a thing there that allows you to like record to HDMI and to the SD card. It says on there under the like the record format or whatever. If you turn it on to just HDMI settings, that enables the eye tracking. It is the weirdest thing because when you're in 4K, it disables it. Once you turn that on, it enables it. So just the more you know, I guess, which is really interesting. My settings have been doxed. It's over. Someone's gonna hack my camera. Someone's gonna hack my camera. Yeah, that's my guess, is it's too much processing power needed for both. And so you gotta disable the SD card for that to happen, for it to start working. But yeah, it keeps shutting off when I'm at 4K. I'm guessing I'd have to do 24 frames in order for it to stay on, maybe, because it's the same with between 24 and 30 frames. At 24 frames, I get the full image, but at 30 frames, it does the crop that a lot of 4K cameras do. So I'm assuming it's just overheating because of 30 frames. But at 24, it doesn't translate well to 60 frames, so it would look really weird on stream. So, oh well, I guess you can't do that. Yeah, eye tracking yours. Yeah. Yeah, and this one can, but with those settings. But yeah, when I'm streaming, for some reason it shuts off, and I'm not sure why. Like I said, everything that I've seen online suggests that you can use it in 4K for streaming, but it's not letting me. But again, I'm assuming it's a 24 frames versus 30 frames issue. But yeah, the screen shouldn't be black anymore. Oh, it's blocks. Computer science wouldn't help you with this. This is more photography and film. It's photography and film. It wouldn't really help you. DM, see you later. Thank you for popping in. I appreciate you coming in to say hi. It's not useless. It's just the world is so advanced. It's very specific, the things you need to learn. That being said, we are at a time where school does not pay off the way it used to. We grew up, like people my age grew up being told you go to college and you can get a great job and you're set for life. Then we grew up and realized that's not the case, because I went to college twice and I'm making more money now at a job that doesn't require any kind of college education than I would have been making with my job as a college educated person. And it's less stressful. And I'm surrounded by way less idiots. I am looked down upon, but I make more money than the people looking down on me. So I'm okay with that. But that being said, a lot of the stuff that's out there, you can learn yourself. Like Night Owl went to school to learn everything about like photography and stuff. I didn't. If you ask him questions, he can tell you the exact reason why things happen. I can't. So he definitely has a better skill set than I do. But I was still capable of getting this image without ever going to school. So like stuff is out there. It's just what you're studying is going to be very focused in one way, and it may not give you the answers to everything. Yeah, learning about taxes, investing, debt, saving, all of that would be super important. There's a teacher that I follow who's from Canada, and he thinks it's not important. He's like, well, if you don't know basics of math, then how are you going to learn that investing? That's great, and I get it. That's important. But if I don't know what I'm doing as far as investment goes, I'll never use the math either. It goes both ways, right? If I don't understand how taxes work, what good is it that I know my math if I don't actually know what taxes are doing? You know, it's frustrating. It goes both ways, but we definitely need to learn that kind of stuff. Hello, Xbox Master. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, it's all the academic stuff that teach you in those schools. Again, like even the math to like figure out the crop sensor, the magnification of the zoom and how much blur and like how it translates. All that stuff is like, it's good to know because it's nice to know why things are the way they are, and it gives you more of the base to be able to answer questions or to handle problems. But how often are you out on the field shooting like a wedding or a movie or a commercial, and that is going to come in handy on your day-to-day? Not often, right? So it's like it's got benefits, but it's not going to guarantee anything, really. You know, it's the same with the acting thing. I went to acting school, and it taught me a lot about like how to dissect a script and what things are going to make it easier for me to be able to understand what the director wants. What physical exercises are going to, you know, help me on stage, and how to like become more in touch with my own natural instincts. But the rest of it is like really just practice and natural talent. Like, I learned more after theater school than I ever learned in theater school. And that being said, I know jack about any of the acting business stuff. Like, I don't know how to find an agent. I don't know how to find auditions. I don't know what kind of headshots are popular right now. I don't know what shows I need to know. I don't know any of that stuff. And I don't know where to find any of it. So that's why I nag Preston all the time, because I was like, I don't know anything. Some a-hole who took a 3-day exam. Oh, man. Yeah, but here's the thing, Ty. You're Canadian, and you follow the laws because you're a law-abiding citizen. I need the kind of tax guy that's like, that coffee you're drinking, that's a write-off. I need that kind of tax guy. Yeah, the business side is the part that I know nothing about on anything. I was just talking to Preston about it, actually, about how like I know a lot about content creation with like the way to edit, the way to light, the way to write scripts, to things that are funny and things that are interesting, how to write a hook and what things will get people to write into my comments, making them mad and stuff. But at the same time, I don't know anything about reaching out to brands, how to make a brand deal, you know, acceptable on both parts and not be taking advantage of. I don't know how to collaborate with other creators. I don't know how to sell myself. I suck at all that stuff. I suck at that stuff. Oh. Of course I do, for it is me. Imagine doing taxes. That's what Ansem does. That's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm trying to do, Night Owl, and it's really frustrating. But I'm doing what I can, you know. Lately, I've had a whole bunch of brand offers, so that's been a really nice feeling. I'm still in the midst of working with one company about getting something. Ironically, they asked me. They first like approached me like anybody else, so I assumed it was going to be a free deal. Like they send me something and I do a video for free, and then they asked me how much I wanted to get paid. So I was like, okay. I'm like, I normally charge $200, but it's our first time, so I'm willing to definitely negotiate. And her response was, yeah, no, she ghosted me. And then when I followed up and I was like, hey, I haven't heard from you, just wanted to see if everything, like if you got my email, the response, yeah, that's too expensive. Like not even any kind of like tact, just like flat out, you're too expensive. And so I responded back, I'm like I said in my email, it's our first time working together. I'm more than happy to negotiate the price or even work for just the product. Then she was happier. But it was just like, I don't know how to, I'm like I don't think less than $200 is too expensive. I don't think it's that bad. I know some of my friends that are getting like 10 grand for a post. They're much more successful than I am. But I'm like, $200 doesn't seem like much. Yeah, a lot of companies don't value it. A lot of companies. The only reason I'm even like, yeah, okay, fine, is because my posts are so hit and miss. Like, perfect example, just the last 48 hours. I have posted consistently for a few days now. And I did the one video talking about the Unity engine being more expensive. 12,000 views. Pretty decent. The next video about the dock, the Mac Mini dock, 500 views. The next post about the NPC characters, this wasn't a branded post, it was just something I found interesting. 400 views. Then I post about how the one guy looks like me in Starfield, 1,000 views, 1,700. So I'm so hit and miss. Like, there's such a huge leap between 400 and 12,000 that I can understand them saying it's too expensive for 200, but I still don't think 200's that bad. But I also don't want to like reject everybody and then have nothing, because it's free content in the end for me, right? Because right now I don't have much content to post out, so, but still, it's so frustrating. So frustrating. It's on a per view basis, but it's on a per view on like your monthly per view. And the thing is, my months are everywhere. Like, I have some months where I'll have like a really good video at least once a week. So that month I might have an average of like 500,000 views. But then the next month I'm lucky to get like 10,000 views in total, because all my videos are like, you know, 500 views, 1,000 views, and I don't post for a bunch of days. So the per view is really hard to estimate for me because I've been so unstable with my view count and how often I post. But there is a per view dollar that they spend. It's like for every 1,000 views, there's a set number. The thing is, a lot of brands aren't willing to even pay that per view number, even if it is legitimately what I should be getting paid. Because a lot of the companies reaching out to a channel like mine are a lot of Chinese knockoff brand companies that are going to sell you stuff that is not very expensive. That is just a knockoff of a much more expensive product. So they want to try to save as much budget as possible. You're worth 7,000. You're worth so much more, Weeman. So much more. Since the strike, yeah, it's TikTok is hard to figure out. TikTok is hard to figure out. It's frustrating, to say the least. But it is what it is. You'll do it for some chicken nuggets? How about dino nuggies? I'll one-up you. I'll give you dino nuggies. That's my charge. That's my cost for me to come help you, Ty. But you know, it is what it is, right? Right now, I'm trying to consider my channel as starting fresh. Like, I do have 140 something thousand followers, which to somebody who doesn't really have a big following sounds like a giant following, right? Like, it sounds really big, and it is a lot of followers. But that has no influence on my posting now because I haven't been consistent. Now I'm trying to get really, really consistent. And so I'm looking at it as if in the last like 3-4 weeks, I just started brand new on everything. A brand new streamer, brand new content creator, and I'm trying to push it that way. That way I don't feel bad when I have a video that only does 400 views, although I do feel really weird that it's only 400 when most of my videos at least get 1,000. So 400 is pretty rough, especially for content that is just plain gaming content. Like, it wasn't a brand thing, which I understand those are usually lower. It wasn't me holding the phone and like making some off the cuff video or even like a stream clip. It was like a full-blown me standing in front of the nice camera with the nice lighting and being like, here's a fun fact, and 400 views. So I don't know what's happened. Like, it's pretty bad when that has 400 views. And on Instagram, it's got 800. And on YouTube, it's got almost 4,000. When my Instagram never breaks like 100 views. And my YouTube, like the last one before that, 67 views. The one before that, 400 views. The one before that, 0 views. Yet TikTok, I've got 400. So something's going on that doesn't seem right. It seems really fishy to me, and I don't know what it is. Yeah, and that's it, Night Owl. With no money, you can be pretty honest. If it's something that you're interested in, even if it's not something that you need, but like, I know for me, I'm very cheap. And so I like seeing the cheap knockoff stuff to see if it's any good. And someone like you, who is very knowledgeable, showing that piece of tech, gives me a peace of mind to know, okay, it might be cheap, but at least it does what I need it to do. So I'm usually okay with free tech. And I kind of need a new mixer, so I'm definitely okay with this one, although I don't think it's going to be great. Definitely not going to be as good as the Go XLR, but it also costs like 5 times less, so I'm okay with that, you know? So I actually am going to make a video, not so much about everything they said about the Apple iPhone 15, because I haven't really looked at it, but I do want to make a video in reference to the fact that they are saying Resident Evil 8 is going to run with ray tracing natively on the new chip. I think that's so cool. I'm a big Apple fan. I would never ever want to play Resident Evil on a phone, but I think that's just really cool to see how far tech has gone. And I hope Switch has been taking notes, because if Apple can do that and they're not a gaming developer, could you imagine what Nintendo could do if they did something similar with a new chip? It would be over, because Nintendo knows what people like right now. And if they had the power to back it up with something comparable to like the M1, M2 chips on Apple, it would be insane to see what the Switch could do. I haven't seen how Mortal Kombat looks on the Switch. I just got an alert. One of the guys that I follow posted a video, but I haven't looked at it yet. Going to be the best game console? I mean, we'll see. We'll see. But, because you know how Apple is, they like to exaggerate. I mean, they said their M1 chip was more powerful than the 3080. And yeah, on very, very specific tasks it was. But I do think Apple products are a lot more powerful than people give them credit for. It's not that they're powerful, it's that they're very well refined. So they don't need as much power because they're done so well. It's kind of the same idea of like a 2-liter engine. I had a Kia Soul and it was a 2-liter engine, and my Honda Civic is a 2-liter engine, and my Honda Civic sips gasoline and the Kia Soul chugged it. But it's so much more refined and better quality in the Honda than it is in the Kia. So like, I think that comes into it a lot. I don't know if it's going to be better than the gaming consoles out there, but I do think it's going to be impressive. The M1 chip has really blown my mind. I edit all my stuff on an M2 chip, and although I'm not making movies with like 15 layers of graphics, I edit with no problems on that thing. Like, I've never had anything lock up or like crash or be awkward. The software's a little bit weird, but I love it. So it's exciting. It's exciting. It's a PS2 graphics? Oh, that's bad. That's really bad. That's really, really bad. The Switch is done for. Like, they need to move on. I'm glad that there's all these rumors about this new Switch. They need to move on. It was already old when it was announced. So at this point, like, they're lucky they got what they did out of it. I really hope Nintendo does something a bit more power oriented now, because tech has come such a long way. And like, honestly, if you look at the PS4 Pro and the Xbox One X versus the Series and the PS5, there's not an objectively giant difference between the two. It's been higher resolution, better frame rate, and then ray tracing. Textures are higher, but there's not really a big difference in graphics quality. And if the Switch is going to be 1080p and 720 on a dock on the screen, they don't even need to push it as hard as those consoles do. But if they can do that with lower equipment, like let's say PS4 Pro power, but at 720p, you can get a hell of a lot more out of it, right? It's the same with the ROG Ally. When I'm running it at 1080p, I usually have to run games at like medium high. If I put it down to 720p with DLSS or on whatever AMD's version of that is, at 720p, I'm getting 60 frames a second on like almost max graphics. So if Switch can do something similar, the next Switch can do something similar with like PS4 graphics at 720p, 1080p with DLSS, they'll be able to compete with the PS5. Nintendo just needs to actually want to do that, because I know I would never scoff at a console that was that powerful and handheld. That's why I love my ROG Ally, because it is powerful and handheld and I can do a whole bunch on it, and I'm not even interested in worrying about the other stuff. I just saw, apparently they're remaking the 1,000-Year Door, Preston. That's what I've heard. I hope so too. I don't like Twilight Princess as much as everybody else does, but I would love it. Twilight Princess, Wind Waker would be awesome. Would be amazing. I love Wind Waker so much. So Preston, the hardcore is basically it's Minecraft. It's just, hey, why didn't it turn the sound on? It's just Minecraft in general, but the difference is regular Minecraft, you can die as much as you want. Hardcore Minecraft, you get 1 life. Once you die, the whole world gets erased. So it's very high stakes. Everything else is exactly the same as regular Minecraft on normal mode or on hard mode. But you get 1 life. And then you die and the whole world gets erased. Like, it's not even like, oh, you start again. No. Whole world gone. So all the work you put into it is permanently gone. So that's kind of what makes it high risk. Whereas like before, when I was playing Minecraft on the channel, I was playing on just hard difficulty. And so it's difficult and you can die a lot easier, but you just come back to life and go grab your stuff and continue the game. Here, it's all gone. So there's a lot more risk in what happens. I've never played this way. I am very nervous about playing this way because I do take quite a few risks and I die quite a bit. So now I can't. You should, we win. You should. I don't even want to say anything. Jerry, it's 2 a.m. Go to bed. Sleep. I would sleep if I could, but I'm old and my body doesn't want me to sleep anymore. Sleep if you can. Sleep is good. Sleep is great, actually. Sleep is one of the greatest things ever, in all honesty. It's not Minecraft. I want to see. He's gonna hate me because I get so distracted so often. Okay, so we've got a lot of iron. I don't really want to, I mean, if I die, I lose everything anyway, but I don't really have anything that I need to build with the iron, so we're just gonna put it away for now. I don't have a goal for today. Like, I don't have anything that I'm like, I need to do this on the stream today. So we're going to just, maybe work on some stuff like getting some farms going so I can have some food. We're gonna have to hunt for a village. I want to grow some more cows. So maybe we'll build like a cow pen. That's what we'll do right now. He has ADHD, so same. My goal is to clean your room. Okay, I will. I told you, dino nuggies. That's what I need. I need dino nuggies and I'll do it. Yeah, this game is like intensely popular. I like watching hardcore Let's Play channels. My favorite channels outside of like stuff that Simon Whistler does, he's one of those guys that does a bunch of like documentaries and like biographies and cool history facts. Outside of things like that, or like criminal channels, like things about like true crime and stuff, or gaming news, I really like the Minecraft stuff. And my favorite channels, like I love Grian, Mumbo Jumbo, and Wadzi. Those are like my 3 favorite Minecraft creators. And Mumbo Jumbo and Grian play on a server together, and they have 2 totally different approaches. Grian is a bit of a troublemaker, which I really like. Innocent troublemaker, but he's a troublemaker, and I love that. And Mumbo Jumbo's more of like a let's build cool tech. And so he always does like redstone farms. And then Wadzi isn't part of the community there, but he is very, very much into doing challenges. I'm kind of mad at him because he started a challenge and then never finished it because he burnt out on Minecraft. But he was doing one where like, and I want to do the same challenge. I'm actually considering trying to see if I can figure out how he did it so I can do the challenge. Where he has a world that's only 1 chunk. For those who don't know how Minecraft works, there are blocks, which are literally these little like squares. And then there's a certain size that makes a chunk. I think it's 16 by 16, I think. And so each chunk has their own properties and stuff. And so he had a mod put on the game where he only had access to one chunk. He could go all the way up and down, but he couldn't go outwards. And then every episode, he grew it by an extra chunk. Now, I'm assuming the chunk wasn't an actual like chunk all the way around, like each corner, each side got a chunk. I'm assuming it was somehow like divided and just made it slightly wider. And so the challenge was like trying to survive in a world. Like if you look right here, I've got no water. And so the whole episode was him trying to figure out how to get water in an area where there's no water. So I love it, but he stopped doing them and I'm really upset about it. But he would do other things. Like he would go to like a water monument and just like empty it of water. And monuments are gigantic. Ocean monument. They're gigantic. And so like in real life, it took him like 20 plus hours. In the video, it was 20 minutes. But it's so cool to watch that kind of stuff. I love it. I get so enthralled and I watch them for hours. So I want to do something like that. I just don't have the patience, you know. I have no idea, VI Pigeon. I have no clue. I normally play on Bedrock, and so I never look at codes or anything. And right now I'm playing on Java, but I don't know anything about Java at all. You found a cross. I don't know what that means. Yes, the Switch version is Bedrock. I never get to change the scenes. Oh, just you wait, man. Once you start streaming, I'm gonna laugh at you when you have tech issues. I'm gonna laugh at you so hard. I'm probably never even gonna notice because I'm really bad at watching streams. I'm really bad at watching streams. Please do. I think it'd be funny. Okay, so there is a command on Java. Yeah, so I'll have to look that up and find a command, see how it works, and then do it myself. I wouldn't mind doing like a small thing like that, where I just play Minecraft doing that kind of challenge. I'm not super well versed in Minecraft, but I know at least a little bit, so that would give me some basis on how to like survive in a world where I don't have access to water, or in a world where I might not have any trees. You know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know if you were saying, Ty, that you don't understand what the difference between Java and Bedrock is. For anybody else who doesn't know, when Minecraft started, here's a fun fact. I was gonna do this for a video actually. When Minecraft started, it was done by one guy, and he was doing it on a web browser, and he was using Java to do the code. And it started to get really popular, and everything was going great. And then Microsoft stepped in, and I don't know if they stepped in and bought the rights and took over, or if they bought the rights and started working on it while he was still involved. I can't remember the exact details, but they started to work on a mobile version for phones because they just knew that that was going to be a huge seller. And so they started working on a mobile version, but to do it, to get it to work, because the framework of mobile is so different than on the PC, they had to rebuild it from the ground up. And so that one was originally called Minecraft Pocket Edition. And then when they released the PC version, or the Xbox version, or whatever it was, like the console version of it, they took that code and turned it into it because it was easier to translate than the Java edition to get it onto consoles. And so the Pocket Edition was what they used for consoles. And then eventually they called it the Bedrock Edition because it was no longer a Pocket Edition. And so then the consoles all started to form on the Bedrock Edition, and because Microsoft has been working on getting their Xbox stuff on PC, they released that version on PC, but Java was already there. And so then they named it the Bedrock Edition, so that way there was a difference between the two. And so the Bedrock Edition is the newer version. It's also the more stable version. It's also usually the most up-to-date version. Java sometimes takes a little bit longer to catch up. But Java is a lot less stable, it's way jankier, but it has older mechanics that don't exist in Bedrock. Like really intricate stuff. Like there are certain ways that you can use pistons in Java that you can't do it in Bedrock because you can't move certain things in a certain way. So the Java users love Java, and you can like manipulate like the skins and stuff in the game way better in Java than you can in Bedrock. Bedrock is very limited on what you can do on your own. But I like Bedrock because it is so stable. Like it never goes below 60 frames a second at like max settings with ray tracing on. Whereas on here, you can see the frame rate dip every once in a while just because the coding isn't as good. Okay, let's get rid of the dirt. I don't need the blossoms right now. Actually, I should probably plant the blossoms just so they always grow. I do want to get some water. I'm going to build a cow pit, so we're going to need lots of wood. Let's get rid of that. I should probably cook the meat. We got a little bit of leather. I think that's pretty much what we need for now. I do want to get some sand. No, I was the same way. When I first started playing this, when I thought Bedrock, I thought Flintstones. 100%. I thought Flintstones. I'm used to it now, but it's because I have spent a stupid amount of hours playing Minecraft. Yeah, Bedrock needs a shovel to make a boat. That's like the most important difference. Okay, let's grab some water so I can start doing a farm in a sec. Oh, I'm getting hungry. I should probably eat in a second. What can't you wait for? We win? What can't you wait for? Easy Boxing, hello, nice to see you. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, honestly, Ty, it's a really good time when you're getting scared. It can be so terrifying, but because you're in front of other people, your subconscious makes you feel embarrassed, so it makes the fear, even though it's still really scary, it makes it more manageable. Whoops. More manageable, which I really like. And yeah, it's an easy way to kind of have your personality shine without feeling totally uncomfortable. But be prepared to feel uncomfortable anyway. It's always really weird talking to an inanimate object. To see Ty start in a fail video. Yes. Yes, indeed. Okay, let's I'm gonna build a little water pit. That's how you and I became friends. Oh, man. But yeah, it's, you know, streaming can be really awkward, but I love it. I think it's fun. I've gotten so comfortable in front of the camera now that, like, I genuinely, like, I don't feel like I'm talking to a camera. When I first started, I felt like I was talking to the camera. I felt like a crazy guy. I mean, I am a crazy guy, but I felt really, really strange because I was like, I'm literally talking to a piece of glass and some plastic. But as time progressed, crap, I didn't bring stone or dirt. I mean, as time progressed, it stopped feeling like a camera. Now I feel like I'm talking to you guys, which is a really nice feeling. And then you get to the point where you start to feel kind of self-conscious more about the bad things that happen on stream, and you start worrying about people judging you because, like, oh, my stream camera messed up, or oh, I had sound issues the whole time, or oh, I didn't realize that this and this happened and was on screen the whole time. And then you get to the point where you're like, I don't care. If the camera turns off, oh well. Only thing that's frustrating about it is it's making me take longer to start. And that is a very nice feeling to have when you just stop caring. There we go. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, Ty. It is so awkward when somebody's around to film yourself. I hated that when I was doing TikToks. You know, like, I didn't feel embarrassed in front of Nora. Like, I didn't care if she was watching me, but it felt really awkward because I would literally be talking to myself. I remember the first time this broke my heart, but not in like that anything bad happened. It just, the disappointment broke my heart. Nora used to watch me stream all the time on Alana's phone, or she'd throw me on the TV when we didn't live together. She would watch me stream, and I did a lot of Mario Maker, so she can watch. Even this she could watch if she wanted to. And it was great, but she didn't understand. She thought I was talking directly to her. Alana used to like message me. She's like, Nora says hi. And she's like, Nora thinks you're actually talking directly to her. But then when she would, like, when we started living together, when we started hanging out, well, when she started hanging out with me, it wasn't so much that we lived together. We were just hanging out. Nora would always ask to be on camera. And I've always felt really uncomfortable putting Nora on camera because there's a lot of creeps out there. But then the one day she was like adamant she wanted to see. And Alana's like, yeah, just go ahead. And so I brought her upstairs, and she came into the room thinking that I could see everybody watching me. And then she realized it was just the camera. And so she walked up. She's like, where is everybody? I'm like, I can't see them, honey. They can just see me through the camera. And she just looked over. She's like, oh. And like that disappointment of like being let down because she really thought it was a different thing. It was so heartbreaking for me, even though like it didn't make her sad. She was just like, oh, she had a totally different like a totally different understanding of what streaming was. But yeah, it's really weird. It's really, really weird. I definitely don't understand people who record themselves in public. Maine, how's it going? Welcome. I don't know if you guys have seen, you know, the NPC thing that's like super cringy that everybody does. Have you seen that they've started doing it in public now? Yeah, right. Right? I can imagine, Night Owl. Like, she is a creator, but like, it still feels awkward. It still feels so awkward, especially because she knows you. I know for me, that was a part of it. Like, Alana knew what I did. She was in a lot of streams originally. Like, the community knew Alana because she was on stream all the time with me. Then as things changed, she stopped being on stream. But, like, I still felt really uncomfortable when I would stream and she would, or not stream, when I would be making videos and she could hear me because I'd be making voices and, you know, reading weird scripts that didn't make sense until they were put together. I always felt so awkward, almost embarrassed about, you know, her hearing me, even though like I'm literally doing what she sees on TikTok all the time. But it was still really weird. It was still so awkward. It probably is. It probably is. Yeah, there are people now. I haven't seen it in real life, but it pops up on my For You page quite a bit. Okay, I want more than just like... Oh, here we go. It pops up on my For You page quite a bit. And they're literally... Oh, I made a bunch of stairs I didn't mean to. Whoops. Whoops. Whoopsies. How do I make a gate? Do I not have enough wood for a gate? Is that what happened? No, it's right there. But like it's literally people. Oh my. Oh, okay. No, I have a whole stack. Never mind. I was gonna say, oh my god, I made so many and all I got was 11, but no, I got a whole bunch. And they're literally doing the NPC thing out in public, like in the middle of the street. Like the one guy was at Times Square dressed as Spider-Man, and doing the really cringy NPC stuff out in public. Like, how are they not embarrassed? I am embarrassed for them, and I'm embarrassed when I'm in my own room. Like, I get embarrassed when I'm doing something and somebody knocks at the door because I'm afraid they could hear me. You know what I mean? What kind of castle? I'm making the best kind of castle. Like the NPC pumping iron. Exactly. But at least I'm in private when I did that. Those are my private moments. Yeah, it's, I don't know how people don't get embarrassed with stuff like that. I mean, all the power to them. They're making money, so good for them. But I get embarrassed. I couldn't do it. It's the same with auditioning. People will ask me how I can, you know, perform when I'm on stage and stuff. I'm sure Preston's gotten that question too. You know, or like with my band. My biggest audiences were always with my band. You know, like I'd get audiences, sometimes 1,500 people watching the band. And people would come up afterwards and be like, how can you get in front of so many people and just sing? I'm like, they're paying me. Of course I'm going to be okay with it. I know they like it. They're here to see me. If they don't like it, they're the idiots who spent the money, not me. And so, like, I never felt nervous. But put me in a room with 3 directors, my throat goes dry, I can't sing, I get shaky, I get super anxious, and I'm like, I can do it in front of 1,500 people. I can't do it in front of 5. But the way that it is perceived in my brain is when it's 1,500, I don't see their faces or reactions. I can very easily see the happy people, but I don't really pick up on people being upset while they're watching me play. Whereas when I'm auditioning, they're usually very neutral, and so I get very anxious because I can see that neutral look. And auditions usually have them looking... I don't have a pencil here, do I? I do. It's usually them like this. Thank you very much. Is your availability okay for the show? Okay. And are you comfortable if you have to be naked on stage? Okay. Do you have any questions for us? Perfect. Thanks for your time. Like, that's it. So the whole time I'm like, I don't know what that means. Like, did they like me? Did they not like me? Like, I thought I knocked it out of the park today. So that makes me very, very anxious. But like right now, I've got 8 on Twitch, YouTube, and 3 on TikTok. No anxiety. I don't really care. I mean, I care, but I mean, it's not bothering me in any way. You wish you had that much confidence. I know, me too, Night Owl. I feel so awkward when I am out in public trying to record. Like when I've gone to events, like, what was it, Fan Expo or whatever, I felt really, really uncomfortable pulling out my camera to record. And then if I did, I never said anything. I was always very like, or I'd be like, hey guys, so I'm out here right now. Like being super quiet. And then you watch other people like, all right, I'm putting my camera down. Let me do some choreography in the middle of the mall. It's like, how do you have that confidence? I mean, you're kind of a crappy person because you're interrupting other people who want to just shop. But like, how do you have the confidence to do that? I don't have that confidence. Like, holy crap. Like even with Ty, when we hung out, I wanted to record some stuff because he was showing me around about different gaming stores. And I chickened out, partially because I was like, I don't want to like put Ty in front of the camera. It's the first time we're meeting. It's going to be kind of weird. And second, I was like, I don't want to ask the people that work here, can I record? Because I feel really weird asking them that. Because my initial thought is that they're going to think, oh, this guy's one of those like delusional dudes trying to make it in social media. I mean, I kind of am, but like, I actually have a channel. But then I don't want to tell them about it because I don't want to be like, yeah, I'm famous. You know, I don't want to come off that way either. Being a content creator sucks. Why are you talking about me to the one sitting next to you? Oh, man. The instrument was almost a security blanket. Yeah, the instrument did help. I think that was a big part of it for me too, Night Owl. Is that I was able to concentrate on that, so I didn't concentrate as much as what people were doing in front of me. Whereas at an audition, it's just me. It's just me naked on stage, basically. Not really naked, but you know. That was like, I auditioned for when, what band was it? I can't remember what band it was, but they were doing auditions for a musical. They did a rock musical, and I think it was called like American Idiot, American Reject, something like that. That whatever band that is, they did a musical based on that, and I went to the open auditions, and they asked if you could bring a guitar and play it. So I was like, okay, cool. And so I brought my guitar. Everything was great. I got so nervous. I opened the door, and as I'm walking through, I hit my guitar on the middle post. It was one of those double opening doors, and it had the middle post, and I hit my guitar, detuned it instantly. And I was so anxious, I didn't check the tuning before I started. And they're like, okay, go ahead. And I strummed the first note, and like two of the strings were way off. So it sounded like I couldn't play the guitar the whole time. I was so devastated. Needless to say, I didn't get a call back. I didn't think I would anyway. There was like 500 people at that audition. But like, I felt so embarrassed that I did that. So embarrassed. Yeah, you definitely have to be a little bit delusional to be successful. I think that's one of my problems. I'm a bit delusional, obviously, but I think I'm not delusional enough. I'm always getting in my own way because I'm always trying to be a realist and be like, no, there's a really good chance I'll fail. And that's not a good way to look at anything. I should always be looking at like what is going to make me successful and how great I'm going to be. And I never allow myself that opportunity, which I really should. I gotta pee. Gonna have to go pee in a sec. I'm sharing that with all of you because I think it's very important that you know I have to pee. Finding your 1000th game, that would be amazing. That would be amazing. But that's cool, man. Getting almost to 1000, that's great. That's great. I have a friend who's been posting longer than I have, and now he's not a gaming content creator. He just does a lot of like, he tries to do popular stuff, but it just comes off as really cringy, like really cringy. So that's why it's not going anywhere. But he's been posting for as long as I have, and he hasn't even broken 500 followers. So 1000's something to be proud of, man. Keep it up. Keep going. You just keep going, honestly. There's a few creators that I follow that they do something similar to what you do, and they're doing great. I need some iron. Sorry, I should probably tell everybody what I'm doing. I'm gonna get some. I'm gonna get some. Do I want wood? No, I'm gonna put stone. But I needed an axe anyway. Where is my stone? Oops, I meant to put the iron back. Oh well. 980. Man, so close. It's because you're not around, Weewin. It's because you're not close by. 2, 3, 4, maybe? Right? I think that's okay. One, 2, 3, 4. Actually, yeah, 4, and then I'll put slabs up there. So this is gonna be my little cow pen. For those who don't play Minecraft, cows are one of the best sources of food in this game. Because the way food works is it's what helps you heal, but it also is kind of like your stamina. Once your food runs out to 3 pieces of food, then you can only run for so long. Or you can't run, you can only walk. And it helps you refill your hearts, your health. But there's also a factor that kind of works behind the scenes where the food lasts for a set amount of time. And depending on what you eat, some of it lasts longer than others. And the meat, the cow beef or whatever, the cooked beef, it lasts the longest. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it makes it a much more, it makes it a better choice for food in this game. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So now I know where the door is because I always forget where the door is and I'm too blind to see the thing there. So that'll make it easier to see. Okay, now let's add some torches just so nothing spawns in here. Because that is one of the worst when you get like a friggin' creeper spawning inside your little farm and then blows everything up. It doesn't take much. It's pretty easy. It's pretty easy, actually. I gotta pee, though. VSP Freddo. Hello. How are you? Yeah, Minecraft mobile isn't too expensive. It's expensive if you compare it to like other phone games, but it's not too bad because the original Minecraft's like 30 or 40 bucks or something like that. What was I about to do? Oh, I need slabs, which I don't have enough wood for, so let's go do that. Nope, no toilets. No toilets. You just gotta hold it. You just gotta hold it the whole time. Oops. Actually, I should probably pee. I think this area is well lit enough that nothing will spawn in here. It'll be really bad if they do. I'm scared that I'm gonna die. I'm gonna risk it. Please, nothing kill me. Please. I'll be right back. Let me go pee. I gotta pee real bad. Oh, that feels so much better. Whew. God, I'm not looking forward to getting old where my bladder is like the size of a pea and I'm going to have to pee every 5 minutes. Not looking forward to that. I might try because it's been a while since I played the game. I like it. The mobile version is kind of weird because the controls are really different. My first version of Minecraft was actually on the tablet, which was the phone version because it was so cheap. And then I really liked it. And then I bought it because I had it on Game Pass, which was great, which is how I first ever played the game was on Game Pass. But then I bought it on mobile so that way I didn't have to pay for Game Pass anymore. And then eventually I bought it on PC because I was like, yeah, that's cool. I like to be able to play it on other stuff too. So I bought it on PC. Oh, my nose was stuffed up. You bought it back in 2015. Nice. Yeah, I bought it on tablet and I love it. I freaking love it. Then I bought it for Nora because she has it on her Switch, but the Switch would take forever for it to load, and sometimes it wouldn't pick up that we were playing together. Like it didn't recognize that I was live, like that I was going, and so she could never join me. And so I was like, you know what? Her tablet's gonna go way faster. And so I bought her a copy on the tablet so she could play it, and now she has both, and she bounces between the two. She likes the tablet better because it works better, but she does like the Switch because she can carry that around easier than the tablet. Yeah, especially your oldest. Yeah, I only bought it because of Nora. I didn't have interest in Minecraft. I used to get asked all the time. I mean, I did Mario content, right? So I had a bunch of kids, and they'd always be like, are you ever going to play Minecraft? And my response was always like, no, never. I don't like Minecraft. I think it's going to be dumb. And they're like, why? And I was like, I don't like games that don't have any goals. Like, what's the point of playing a game that literally does nothing? Boy, did I ever have to eat those words afterwards, because I became obsessed with this game. This is one of my favorite games. Which is hilarious because I normally don't like these types of games, but I learned to love this game so quick. Yeah, that makes sense, Michael Jackson. That makes sense. It's definitely this is definitely like an ADHD type of game because you fixate on it and you want to play it for hours and hours and hours on end, and then you get totally bored of it and walk away. And then all of a sudden you have another one of those fixations where all you want to do is play this because you want to build a million things, and then you lose interest and walk away. I'm kind of in the lose interest part of it right now because I've been playing it for the last few months with Nora right before they moved. So I'm happy that I have this. I'm gonna turn the music on because it's a bit quiet in this game. Okay, but I don't want to hear the music. Y'all can hear the music. I don't want to. Routing. Music. Is this the one that'll turn it off for me? Nope. How about this one? There we go. Okay. You can still hear it. It's super quiet in the background though, right? I think. Right? My voice is... Okay, yeah, it should be fine. But yeah, it's totally like the ADHD type of game. I'm hoping that the playing on hardcore will make it a little bit easier for me to re-energize my interest. But the beginning, like restarting Minecraft is always kind of a drag because I already had a farm, I already had all my armor, I already had everything, and now I have to restart it, which kind of sucks, but do it for the content. Do it for the content. We should, man. We should. I've got plenty of TVs. Plenty of TVs. You weren't here at the very, very top of the stream, right? I don't think you were here at the very, very top where I was talking about how I rearranged the room that I'm in right now. Yep, Michael Jackson. We were just having that whole conversation. Yep. Okay, so I rearranged my room a little bit, the one that I'm in. The background looks pretty much the same. I set up a corner now, so like I have my TikTok set up, so I don't have to do anything for it anymore. I could just turn on the light and turn on the camera, and I'm good to go. And it's not on screen, so you can't see it. Like even with the big widened screen for YouTube, like you can kind of see the microphone, but that little table there, those are posters, but that little table there, I have my camera set up on there, and then right outside the frame is the light. So I have all of that, which is really, really great. And that allows me to like just stand up and start recording a TikTok if I want. But the other thing that I did, because I had the one TV that was just sitting in Nora's old bedroom and it was doing nothing. And I don't like it because the quality is not great. It has HDR, but it's not really HDR. It's like the lowest quality HDR. But I set that up in the front living room, and then I went to the front living room, took my nice TV, and now it's here in my stream room. So like you can see my camera there, but like it's right here. I got a giant ass 50-inch television in this room now. So I've got it totally set up to have like pure HDR and stuff on here too. So like if we do something like that, one of us can sit in the other living room, one of us can sit in here. Or if this TV doesn't weigh very much, I could literally take it over there and we can both just be sitting next to each other without having to use headsets. Like it doesn't really matter. Yeah, it's 50 inches. I was using the wide angle lens on the camera. If I don't use the wide angle lens, it doesn't fit on the camera. It's too much. It's too much. But I did it because my main monitor has HDR, but it's like the bare minimum of HDR. So it doesn't look, it looks okay, but it doesn't look great. And it's only 1440p. And I was like, when I'm playing Xbox and stuff, I want to see like the proper HDR and stuff. Like when I played Dead Space, I couldn't see any of that stuff. And so I was like, well, that TV is not getting used. I don't use the front living room. Let's do it. And so I brought it over here. So it's made it a little bit smaller in here, but I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. My other one is 55. Now, this one is Hisense. It's one of their like mid-tier televisions. It's not their highest end television, but it's not the most budget TV. It's actually pretty nice. My TV in the other room though is my really nice TV. That's like Samsung's top of the line OLED television. They just started selling OLED. They just released their second edition. Mine's the first edition, but it's still a ridiculously good TV. So that's the one I normally play on. But for streams, why not? Right? Why not? Oh yeah! You're right. You're so right, Ty. You're so right. I forgot about that. I forgot about that. Always. Always. Nice. 6.6K. I don't think it's moved on YouTube. I don't think it's moved. TikTok, on the other hand, I am still losing on TikTok. When we did my last stream, I was talking about how I was 141.7. And within 24 hours, it went down to 141.6. Still going downhill. We're still nosediving on TikTok. Kind of disappointing. It's a pretty big nosedive. Not much I can do about it, you know? How many slabs do I want? 6, 12, 18, 24, 30, 36, 42, 48, 54, 60. That'll be a stack and a few. Yeah, stack and 2. That should be enough, I think, for the ceiling of the cow farm, maybe. No, I think it's been at 6.6 for a while, because I remember it was 666. It said 666, so it's been at least a few weeks that it's been at 666. What am I like specifically at? Can I see my exact number? I don't think I can through here. Unless it dropped and then went back up. Maybe it dropped and went back up. You just want to see that 7K? I'm at 6,668 on YouTube. Well, the Starfield video that I made has done okay. And I think the one about Alana Pierce has done okay too. So that should gain me a few followers. Not a crazy amount, but a few. You're gonna corrupt him, Weewin. You're gonna corrupt him. You don't want to do that. Oh crap. Do I really? Okay, so if I stand here, 1, 2, 3. Actually, I don't need this one up here. Get out of here. Oh, you know what I should have done? Okay, hold on. Put it there, there, there. There we go. So I don't need these top ones then. I was wrong. But also gangster. Yeah, I think my shorts are pretty decent. They're not doing as well as they have in the past recently, but I've been super inconsistent, so that pretty much explains why. I also have been trying to move away from the really aggressive hooks that I was using. I like them and they work because aggressive hooks tend to get me a lot of views, but I was getting really fed up of people that don't understand social media acting like I was doing some horrible thing. Like they would call me like a clickbaiter. For those who don't know what clickbait is, it's when you use a title or you say something at the beginning or you use like a thumbnail that is a blatant lie just to get views. You know, like there's one guy that he's known for being a clickbaiter because he'll literally post like, I'm getting kicked out of my house, and then we'll talk about groceries and we'll never mention anything about their house. That's clickbait. Whereas like I'll exaggerate what I'm going to talk about, but I still talk about the thing I mentioned, right? Like I'll literally be like, everybody's mad. Well, you know, I don't mean every single person on the planet is mad, but a good enough population is. And I'll go on to talk about why they're mad, but I still get called a clickbaiter. And it really frustrates me because it's them being dumb. So I've started to go a little bit less aggressive with the hooks, but it seems like nobody's watching now because of that. They really, really, really do, Night Owl. They really do, like so bad. And the worst part is, because of the neurodivergent thing, I really hate misunderstandings. I made a video once about it. Like I stitched somebody else's video where it's like, it's not that I always have to be right. It's that if I'm gonna be wrong, I want to be wrong about the proper facts. You know, I want you to correct me on the thing that's actually wrong. Don't correct me on something that I didn't say or that I didn't do, or argue with me about something that I wasn't trying to say. You know, and so then I'll go and I'll defend myself, and then they'll instantly act like I'm doing something wrong by correcting them when they were trying to correct me. You know what I mean? And then that frustrates me even more. It's like that moron from Australia who was like, he's so self-centered because everybody should know, he thinks everybody should know the baggage he has with the pimple on his nose. And it's like, are you stupid? The dude insulted me, so I called him out for insulting me. How does that make me self-centered? It'd be different if he just made an innocuous comment, you know? Like, it's different if I got upset about my pimple if the comment would have been something like, if it would have been something like, hey, so I've been using this acne treatment, you should try it, it's really good for pimples. And then I got mad at him because he wasn't trying to insult me. And I got mad for something that is baggage on my side. But if I get mad because you make fun of it, what reaction isn't a reasonable, what reaction would be reasonable if that's not? So they always like try to flip it on you and be like, what are you doing? Why are you reacting that way? I'm reacting the way they expected me to. What do you mean? Like, it's nuts. Merle, hello, how are you? Yeah, was it a good nap? Was it a good nap? I hope it was. But yeah, if you even like slightly misspeak in your information, some people will lose their minds. Or like they'll lose their minds about a piece of information that they didn't know, but they think that nobody else knew it. And it's just like, no, dude, it's pretty common knowledge. You know, it's weird. Sometimes I really hate giving facts out because you'll always get one of those people that's going to argue with you about something you didn't say or you didn't mean to say, or fixate on you didn't say something you should have said. Like when I did the one about World of Warcraft, talking about the disease spread and how like biologists checked it out and used it to try to compare it to real world illnesses. And then the one guy comments, I think it was on YouTube. The one guy commented, you like missed a whole bunch of information. If you're going to cover it right. Dude, it was a 30-second video. All I was trying to say is, look at this cool thing scientists did. I wasn't actually giving you a breakdown of what they did or how they did it or what they used out of it. It was just literally, look how it happened. That's like me making a video saying like, look at this cool mixture I did of paints. Look at the color that came out. And then you get mad because I didn't talk about the exact balance of colors that I used and how the color theory works to make that look pretty. I wasn't trying to talk about that. Yet you still got mad at me for it. It's just nuts. Nuts. Exactly. And if you cover it all, someone's like, get to the point. Exactly. So it's just like, no, this is just interesting. That's it. That's all I'm trying to say. It's interesting. And you're wide awake. Welcome to my world, Merle. Welcome to my world. I hate that feeling. Because then you're like, I need to sleep because then the rest of my day tomorrow is going to be a mess. But it's, yeah, you'll never make everybody happy. You'll never make everybody happy. There's always going to be some sourpuss that's going to be super upset about whatever you say. Like, I think my favorite is still the one guy who walked right into it and I had to make fun of him. I had to spend the rest of my time, like I made a video making fun of him, where I literally... It was one of the ones where I was starting it off by saying like video gaming is dead type of thing. And I literally say, people got mad at me because I said this. And then I show the clip of me going, video gaming is dead. And then I'm like, and I'll admit I was being sarcastic. And this is also me being sarcastic. But I guarantee somebody's still going to get mad. And in that video, somebody got mad. And they're like, you're an idiot if you think video gaming is dead. Video gaming's never been better. So did you watch past the first like 6 seconds where I literally say someone's gonna get mad about this? And then his defense was, maybe you shouldn't have been so boring and then I would have watched till the rest of it. It took you longer to write your comment than it took me to say that I was being sarcastic and that somebody would get mad about it. What do you mean? Always, like, you always get these toxic losers who will blame you for their stupidity. It's nuts. It's so nuts. Me too, Night Owl. Me too. Because there are times that I will say something wrong and I will do everything I can to edit it out because I don't want to deal with the little mistake and the people getting mad at me for it, even though it would be engagement. Like the Starfield video I just posted, the one about like the weird facial expression. I accidentally said a developer from Starfield, which it wasn't. And I didn't say it because I misspoke. I genuinely thought it was a Starfield developer. And then when I looked them up after I recorded, it was like, oh, they're not a Starfield developer. They're just a developer talking about Starfield. So then I edited it so I would get rid of Starfield. And you can still kind of hear it when you go back and watch it. You can literally hear me say, a developer told us why. And you can hear the of right where I'm about to say of Starfield. Because I couldn't handle it. But I know if I would have left that, it would have gotten engagement. Because people would have gotten really mad at me for saying it was a Starfield developer and it wasn't. You know what I mean? Dr. H, how you doing? Welcome. How are things? That Canadian boy, welcome. How are you? Have I ever live streamed with other people here, Michael Jackson? Yeah, Preston's been at my live stream, actually. He's been here for a live stream. I used to live stream with Alana all the time. My brother used to come to my streams, and then he started his own stream, and then we would stream together, but he'd be at his house and I'd be at mine. But I would like show him on screen so you could see what he was doing. But yeah, I have a really hard time allowing myself to make those mistakes. And it's just my own like fixation of wanting to do it right. Baby cow. It was, Preston, it was. I like streaming with other people. It's the neurodivergent part of me struggles with streaming with other people because I like patterns, I like routine, and when somebody else is here, the routine gets thrown off. And not because they do anything or because they ruin the stream. Most of the time, they make the stream so much better. But it's just my own brain has a really hard time feeling like I completed the stream. It feels almost like one of the streams where I have a bunch of tech issues. Even if everybody stayed the whole time and it was a really fun time, I still feel like it just wasn't a complete stream yet. And that's how I end up feeling when somebody else is here, which is hard for me to kind of do. But yeah, I like streaming with other people. I think it's a very fun time and it makes for a very interesting dynamic on stream. I've only ever had a few friends be on stream. I had one guy come to my stream. He doesn't come around anymore. But I don't even know how to describe it. Okay, so Preston, this is going to be very specific. Other people won't really be able to relate to this, but Preston, you know how there's a difference between you and I when it comes to like the level of success we've achieved in theater, the drive we have for theater, and the amount that we've kind of allowed ourselves to fail? Do you know what I mean? Like a lot of it's out of control, but like you've never accepted failure and you've always pursued it and never let fear get in your way. Whereas like I've never fully pursued it. I've always allowed the fear to get in the way. I've always kind of just squandered the abilities that I have. He was the same way. The difference between you and I is the difference between him and I. He was very naturally talented as a comedian, but he squandered everything further than I ever did. So when I got in contact with him again, he came to the stream and he wanted to use my stream as a jumping off point for him. And it just became very, like, it felt very much like he wasn't talking to me because he liked me. He was talking to me because he wanted his own opportunity. And I already had an established channel. But then it got even weirder when he joined my Discord, which I wouldn't have minded helping him, but it just felt very like, it felt like he was using me. You know, like I know Ty's using me, but like at least he pulls my hair a little bit while he does it. No. But like it just felt very, very artificial. Like it didn't feel like he actually cared at all about my channel or me or anything. It just very much felt like he's only doing it to get his own outcome. But then where it really got weird was he joined my Discord, and then he started flirting with people. And I don't know if it's because I'm neurodivergent and I've gotten much better at kind of judging people. Even though I can't read people, I've gotten better at judging people, and not judging like, you're not cool, bro. But judging as in like, this person's probably young, or this person probably has a little bit of an intellectual delay, or this person is very socially awkward, or this person is an edgelord and I don't want them here. I've gotten pretty decent at that. And I don't know if that's because I'm good at that and it's not obvious to other people, or it was just really creepy. He would talk to people on my channel, on my Discord, that were very clearly younger. And he was flirting with one in particular. And then eventually she mentioned on the Discord that she was only 14. And that made me really, really uncomfortable, because at the time I was like 30 and he was 29. And so very, very quickly I started to like pull away from him. He didn't say anything inappropriate. It was just flirtatious. And with a 14-year-old, I don't mind flirting with people, but like, no. And so I pulled away from him. So like that one made me really weary about streaming with other people. Yeah, it was a really long time ago. This was when my grandfather had just passed away. He's been dead now for 4 years. So it was like almost 5 years ago. It was a really long time ago. Wow, the Enderman is just kind of chilling there. He's really scary. Okay, so we've built a cow farm, which is great. I think we're going to need to get some sheep to have some wool, because you can always use some wool. But at least we have food. I'll eventually make a cow, like a meat machine, but not for now. Okay, so we've got that. What else? I don't think my farm really needs anything right now. Maybe I'll build a fence around my wheat, only because sometimes that jerk... that's fine. Let's go look for a village. Hello. I don't know your daughter's name. I don't know your daughter's name. I'll try my best not to misbehave. I'm pretty good. I ran a kids channel for a while. Not a kids channel, but my channel was family friendly for a while. I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. It took me forever to break that habit. I had a really hard time. Just go with Z. Hello, Z. How are you? Okay. So we need to like find some villagers, but I don't know where we're going to do that. Oh, I need my coordinates. I don't want to get lost. Yeah, Weewin, you should rest. I mean, you got to hang out for quite a few hours and actually chat. Normally you're here for like a half an hour and then it's bedtime because it's so late. So at least you got to hang out for a little bit. That's always a bonus. I'm aiming for Sundays to be my early days, so that way at least you guys can hang out. I know it is, but take advantage. You've been under a lot of stress lately, so I'm sure you need the sleep anyway. Oh, I have a whole bunch of slabs here. Oh well, too late now for that. Okay, why am I in here? I don't actually know. I'm sure a big part of it is also you're now off those pills, and that probably doesn't make it any easier, because I know for me, they really, really help me with my energy, and without them, I am a complete sleeping beauty. All I want to do is sleep. Okay, so in 2 weeks, I could take a 5-hour nap. It's 2 weeks away. That's so close. And hopefully that will help also relieve all that stress, because that is also stressful when you're waiting. Even if it's like, you know, a pretty common thing and there's nothing really to be worried about, the waiting, just the unknown makes you freak out a little bit, you know? Oh wait, I wanted to put the weed away. But yeah, Preston, that was the whole thing. It was just weird having that guy around, and I was really uncomfortable. And because my channel was very like not child oriented, but younger. I just didn't want him around. So that made me a little bit weary about having people around. But overall, I've had really good experiences having other people around. I think my favorite experience, it wasn't somebody that was at the stream, but it was somebody, it was an event where I was with other streamers. We did a Mario Kart event, and that was one of the best experiences I ever had, where there were, is it 8 players you can do when you're online? I think it's 8 players you can do online. We did 8 different streamers got together, and we had a whole tournament between 8 of us, and we raced for an hour. And it led to a lot of screaming and freaking out and laughing and making fun of each other. It was awesome. It was such a good time. It was one of the best streaming moments ever. And I mention him all the time because he was like my ultimate inspiration to stream. Ryukar showed up for a little bit. It was not a good experience because his community, all they did was make fun of us the whole time, and that kind of was not fun. And he did nothing to try to like, not defend us, but he did nothing to kind of be like, hey guys, chill out. Which kind of, it was kind of disappointing to see, but I get it. You know, when your chat is that crazy, like at the time he had like 3,000 people watching him. I get it. It's kind of hard to like tell people to stop, but it was kind of a bummer. It kind of ruined the fun. But that was such a cool experience to do that stream with so many people and all of us on voice chat just yelling at each other. It was awesome. Hello, Short. How are you? Welcome. But I am not fashionably late. That's okay. I spent the first like hour just chatting, so it's okay. You're fine. Okay, so I feel like I built in a really bad area because, oh, there's a big scary cave. Oh, I didn't take my coordinates. I don't know where I am. Ooh, there's a bee. I can get some. Oh, it's right there. Okay. Coordinates. That one. Where did I put my, there it is, my phone. Sorry, I got in contact. I was telling you all about how I did a couple of short movies and I got in contact with the director of one of them. We're just kind of just like sharing our own little adventures over the last few years. Her and I got along really, really well. I don't actually think she remembers where she remembers me from. I don't think. Because she's made a couple of comments that I'm like, that didn't happen. But I don't think she's lying. I think she just has me confused. Not me confused. I think she's just confused as to how we worked together. Do you know what I mean? Because she had mentioned that when I messaged her, I was like, you know, I was talking to people about the short movies I made, and then I happened to see one of your comments on one of my old pictures because I was looking at old college pictures. I was trying to find one of my acting friends. And I was trying to see if I had tagged her in anything, and I couldn't find her. And then I saw that the director had commented, and so I messaged her. And I was like, I saw your comment, and I just want to see how you're doing. How's life? What are you up to? And then she's like, yeah, I was going through my old posters, and I found the poster of the movie we did together. I was like, we never made a poster. What do you mean? And then afterwards, she commented that she heard a lot of good comments when everybody watched the movie, and nobody knew who she was, so she was able to get the real scoop. But the movie we did was for a competition, and everybody knew everybody there. Like, I know everybody knew everybody there because it was a bunch of students. So like, everybody knew everybody. So I think she just has us confused, like when we worked together. But yeah, I was just reading the message that she sent, just like catching up, you know. But her and I got along really well. I remember we did the short film, and I drove her home after we did the presentation or whatever, like after we did the competition. We placed like third, I want to say. After we did the competition, I drove her home, and then we sat in her driveway for like 3 hours just talking about life. And it was like a really, really nice moment that we shared. So it's just nice to kind of make contact again and just be like, what have you been up to? Okay. There are a lot of mountains in this world. Holy. Although there's probably a lot of iron up there because iron spawns up high. And a lot of coal. Is that iron? I think that might be iron right there. Oh no, that might be copper. That's okay, Merle. What happened on Friday's stream? Oh no. Uh-oh. Please stay away from me. So for those who don't play Minecraft, those guys are pillagers. They will attack me, and if I kill the guy with the flag, I will get infected with this thing that if I ever go near a village, they will get raided. And the raid lasts forever. And it is very, very hard. I usually die 2 or 3 times during a raid, so I don't even want to like try to come across those guys. But the benefit to the raid is once you defeat them, one, you get a bunch of armor and stuff like that. You can cure it with milk, and I do have cows, so I could cure it if I kill these guys. You get a bunch of like armor and weapons and stuff. You can get enchanted weapons and all that. And the villagers give you a discount if you try to buy stuff from them for a little while, which is a really good thing. But I'm not prepared to fight these guys. There's only like 3 or 4 of them, but I'm not prepared for it. No spoilers. I don't even remember what we did on Friday. Oh, we did the forest. Yeah. I don't think anything super exciting happened. It wasn't a bad stream. I just don't think anything super exciting happened. Yeah, I was really sick. So I was very distracted while playing. That's for sure. And I was only supposed to stream for like an hour. I was aiming for 2. I was like, I'll do for 2 hours. If I'm feeling really bad, I'll do 1 hour and I'll quit. And then I looked at the clock and it was 4 hours later. Oh, there's some iron. Do I need more iron though right now? I feel like I need to get to the Nether so I can get some stuff so I can build some farm stuff. Oh, I'm speaking very clearly right now. Clearly I'm over being sick. I need to like stop leaning forward. I'm gonna give myself that like neck hump thing. I keep leaning while I'm streaming. Yeah, chat was very quiet that day. I think that's the main reason that I was kind of like, it wasn't a great stream, but a lot of interesting things happened in the game, so that made it interesting. So it was 50-50. Part of it was kind of boring, part of it was kind of interesting. That's it, short. That is my epic speech abilities. Believe it or not, I've leveled them up. Yeah, that is why I have to write a script for every TikTok that I make, because that is how I speak when I try to speak off the cuff. Not exactly the most skilled orator out there. Merle, it's because you are very attractive. They probably wanted to ask you for your number and then chickened out. And I'm not saying that because that is the only way that I've ever been able to approach women. Bug them, and then never ever have the courage to actually ask them for their phone number. I've never done that in my life. Never, ever, ever, ever. Is it a guy or is it a girl? Or in between? It's a guy. He's one of those creepos who just doesn't understand. Doesn't take no for an answer. Thinks that you're gonna cheat on your significant other for them. Because that's always the healthiest person you would want to date. It doesn't mean that you're not interested, but for guys, especially dudes who can't take no for an answer, all it means is I just need to convince you, even if you're not interested, and that's not good. Guys like that will not understand. I am very, very glad I am not a woman, because we're terrible. And I definitely mean we, like including myself, because now part of it was my neurodivergence, not understanding the social mores out there. Hey, oh, nice. These are the best trees to grow. Oh, we're never going to run out of trees now. Because I don't fully understand the social mores, I definitely made it worse. But I was also just bad because I'm a guy. But like, I've been that guy that's asked out women at a very inappropriate type of situation, you know, that I really shouldn't have been asking her out, but I did anyway. I was embarrassing. I was really embarrassing. I think that's also, Ty, we were talking about like me being insecure and stuff. I think that's also something that plays into that factor. It's not, I don't think it's really that I'm insecure, because I feel the most confident I've felt in a very long time. I was insecure for a while because I got so much weight on me. I don't even know if Ty's still watching, because the little one might be distracted and he might be doing other stuff. But I was, whoa, the trees are on fire. Oh wait, I should probably not be here, seeing as it's turning into nighttime and I didn't, wait, is that wool? Do I have wood? I don't. I can get wood though. I can get wood right now. Let's build a bed and survive the night. I feel the most confident that I've felt in a very, very, very long time. But I think a big part of it is more the fact that I am much more aware of being socially awkward and not understanding the social norms of dating. And so I am very self-conscious about not doing the appropriate thing, you know, like hitting on somebody who I really shouldn't be hitting on, or like approaching somebody and them taking it as me hitting on them, or me completely being oblivious to somebody being interested in me. But that also comes with the territory of that will also mean that I might have somebody in my life that I could, like, not convince to like me, but that I could change them from seeing me as just a friend to seeing me as like potentially more, if they got to know me in a bit more of a personal level. But I'll never cross that line because I'm always concerned that I'm gonna cross the wrong line. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I'm trying to say? I don't know if I'm making sense. Jer, how's it going? Welcome. I did something bad because, hey, look, trees. No, it was the whole asking people out when I really shouldn't have been asking them out. Not like, oh, they have a boyfriend, I'm gonna ask them out anyway. But more like, I don't know, we have to work together and I asked you out, and it's like, we're work partners. I shouldn't be asking you out. You've never shown me any interest. Or like the most embarrassing one is I was taking dance lessons and I asked out the dance instructor. Very, very obviously uncomfortable situation for her, and I just wasn't even aware of it. So part of it is just me being a guy and being completely oblivious to it because I'm a guy. And I am very, you know, affected by the whole toxic masculinity thing. So obviously I have stuff to learn. But a part of it is also the social norms. I just don't really know when to tell if somebody's interested in me or not. It's hard even when it's easy. Yeah, it's definitely hard even when it's easy. Heck yeah, Sushi, we're playing some Minecraft. Only one jungle sapling? Give me some more. I'm kind of scared to keep cutting down trees here because I feel like I'm gonna fall in the lava or the saplings are gonna fall in the lava. Okay, well, I came by here just because of the light, but this lava could come in handy for more lava. I didn't bring my bucket. Dang it. I should make a treehouse. And not even just the subtlety, it's men are really, really bad at understanding no. Because movies have very much convinced us, movies and our own fellow men in our world have very much convinced us that if you just put in enough effort, you'll change her mind. And that's not how people work. And believe it or not, women are people. And they're not going to change their mind just because you tried a little bit harder. There is a difference between like putting in effort to like woo somebody who already has a little bit of interest and trying to convince somebody. There's also a difference between like being just completely platonic friends and then trying to show them that like the possibility is there if we happen to click, while still understanding that if it doesn't click, it doesn't click and there's nothing you can do about it. And guys are really bad at that. That's a big thing. That guys are insanely bad at that. And I'm aware that I am bad at that for more than one reason, but I think that makes me extra cautious about getting to know women because I am very aware that I am already bad at understanding what people think about me to begin with, let alone talking about relationships while being a man in a society that is very catered towards men. Definitely makes a very big difference in the way that I see things now. Hello, Moa, over on the YouTubes. Why do teachers keep talking about Macbeth? Because if we're talking about like why you have to learn it in school, a big part of it is learning how to be able to read and think critically while reading. And Shakespeare is a very good example of that because he is a very good writer, but he also speaks in a way that is very intricate and complicated and uses language that isn't common anymore. And so you have to put effort in to actually understand what is being said. And so what they're trying to teach you is how to dissect what you're reading and not just read something and take it at face value, which is a big problem in our society nowadays because so many people read a headline and think that that's what everything is. And there's a lot more to news than just a headline. And for the UK in particular, Shakespeare is one of the greatest contributions to human society ever. So it's important to kind of keep beautiful art like that alive and to acknowledge how much influence that has had in the world overall, because a lot of things out there in modern times were inspired by something Shakespeare already has done. Is it really, Moa? Oh, well. It's because I was playing Dead Space before and I guess I just never updated it. Oh, well, I'm not too worried about it. How's life been treating you, Moa? Outside of just working a lot and not really gaming much, how have things been? Five-hour drive with his mother. Wow, that's a long drive. Yes, I hope that your husband is safe. Yeah, so being able to like read what he's saying and make sense of it is a big part of it, because obviously you can't just read it and understand it because it's language you don't use on a regular basis, right? There are words in there that don't ever get used anymore. Thank you so much. Hold on, I can't see it on my screen. Jared, thank you so much for those bits. I appreciate that. Thank you. They had some words this afternoon. Oh boy. Oh boy, I hope it's not an awkward drive. 5 hours of awkwardness would really be terrible. Part of it is, yeah, Macbeth. Actually, to me, well, maybe... No, Macbeth is pretty bad. Macbeth is one of the worst ones, as far as like being wordy and complicated. But a big thing is because the language isn't common, you can't just read it and instantly understand what it means. And Shakespeare never wrote, like, he wouldn't just say, this brick has moss on it. He would say something very artistic about it, and if he said this brick has moss on it, most of the time he's making reference to something else. And so he could be saying this brick has moss in it, but what he's really talking about is how the king is like covered in something that makes them look more aged and terrible and isn't good for them and makes them dirty, and like it's a much deeper significance, but he says it in like a very flowery use of language that isn't easy for people to understand. And so to get all that deeper context, you would have to put some work into what you're reading. And so the whole point, at least this is what I gather, the whole point is to teach you how to do that work. Because even though you're not going to run into Shakespeare in your everyday life, unless you become an actor like I am, you are going to run into things that you're going to read that don't necessarily mean exactly what's written on the page. And it's important that you can figure out that deeper context of it, because that is how misunderstandings happen, and that's how we are where we are now, where you get a bunch of morons who don't understand science reading a headline or taking the most basic scientific understanding from high school and think that that's enough to understand what's happening, when it's not. And being able to understand that context is very important for the way your brain works. So that's why they make you do stuff like that. So there's a lot to it. There's the historical value. There's the actual ability to think critically, which has now been turned into a term of something negative, but that's not something negative. It's just being able to think and really consider what is being said, because the way things are said can change the meaning of something. But if you're able to criticize what you're reading, you'll be able to kind of look past the opinion part of it and see what's actually being said. Yeah, I haven't read Macbeth in years. I got out of theater school, oh god, it was 2009, I think is when I graduated. So it's been 14 years, so I haven't read Macbeth since then. So I can't remember the exact context of that quote in particular. But yeah, it's that kind of idea of reading much deeper into it. Because yeah, fair is foul and foul is fair. If you really dissect it to what it just says, like the literal definition of that, yeah, it's saying like things that are fair aren't always the best, and the best things can sometimes not be fair, which is great. But then in the bigger picture of what's happening in the play, it has a very significant moment there, and it can really mean something. And so it's teaching you to be able to see that deeper layer instead of just what's right there in front of you. And Shakespeare was very good at writing what was deeper below, which is very important in just everyday life nowadays, because again, the headline says one thing, but you got to read past that headline to understand what's there. It's kind of like the whole, let's bring it back to gaming. The whole idea of the copyright stuff that Nintendo does. The fans of Nintendo, the toxic, loud, obnoxious Nintendo fanboys, so not all the fans, but the obnoxious fanboys, all attack me anytime I call out Nintendo for doing what they do. And their justification is it's legal. That's cool. It's legal, but it's not moral. It's not justifiable. And even the term it being legal is very, very loose, because no one's proven what they're doing is legal. It's just not illegal yet. And that's the context that they can't read into, because they just see that the law says it's fine, so it's fine. But for a long time, the law also said that people of certain skin colors weren't people. That didn't make it right. Right? That's obviously a much more serious and extreme comparison. But no one's gone to court with Nintendo about copyright. And so, about specifically streaming and YouTubes and stuff. So yeah, it's legal right now, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's right. And still doesn't even mean that it's legal because it hasn't been proven yet. But they can't read past that deeper layer. And when I try to give them that point, they have no idea what I'm talking about. And then they'll try to correct me again. And then I'll go like full blown autistic on them, give them every detail about how they're wrong. And then they just shut their brain off because they never bothered to absorb what was being taught when they were reading things like Shakespeare. That ability to read far deeper into what's actually happening. I don't know what a GCES is. We don't have those here. I'm sure we have a comparison, but I don't know what that is because it's probably called something different here. Okay, so no villages, and we've gotten all the way to the ocean, so that's not a good thing. Or GCSE, I don't know what those are. I have no clue what it stands for. Yeah, so that's pretty much it, right? There's a reason to it. It's just kind of too bad because they're forcing kids who aren't interested in it to read it, and you can't appreciate something when you're not interested in it. And there's no real goal for it that's tangible to a teenager. I hated learning Shakespeare in high school. In high school, we read Macbeth. We read Romeo and Juliet. We read Julius Caesar and Merchant of Venice. I think those were the ones I did in high school. I hated every second of it. And it was terrible. And then I got to college. And then our professors gave us a breakdown of how the next few years were going to go. And every semester I had Shakespeare. And they told us we were going to end up reading everything Shakespeare has ever written and dissecting every one of Shakespeare's plays. That was like hearing they were going to force me to eat raw onions and and I don't know, earwax for the next few years. It was the worst thing I could have heard. And then I was able to connect it with my theater because that's what I was training in. And all of a sudden, I had a totally different perspective on Shakespeare. And by the end, I was a giant fan of Shakespeare. And now I appreciate Shakespeare so, so much. And so when somebody says they hate Shakespeare or like they hate learning Shakespeare, I totally get it because I was there. And it also makes me feel kind of bad because they're missing out on how beautiful things that Shakespeare wrote are and how absolutely genius some of the stuff he did is. It's just too bad that that's when they're teaching it, because the way society works, I mean, that's when you're teaching kids, is when kids or they're teenagers, and teenagers have other things on their mind outside of the beauty of art, and kids just can't comprehend it. So it's kind of a bummer. It's kind of a bummer. All right. So we didn't find a village, and now I got to try to find a way back home. Oh, it's a sheep. Hello, sheep. I'm not going to bring you with me, though. That's a really far distance to walk. Ooh, but we could use some of these for easy food. You never read anything from Shakespeare in school? It's, well, I don't know how it would be for you, because obviously the different languages would have it be slightly different. I know my mom said she read one Shakespeare play in school, but they learned Spanish. Adam Drake, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate that. But they did it in Spanish, right? Shakespeare's not going to have the same intricacy or the same correlation in Spanish as it would in English. So she only ever read one. And it was just written in a very like elegant Spanish, she said, using Spain's Spanish. So it didn't have the same effect. So I don't know what it would be like for you in school. But yeah, it can be hard. It can be really, really hard because the language is just so different. The structure is different. The words are different. Even the way words are understood nowadays is different. Like I said, it's blocks. It's partially the immaturity, because I know teenagers hate to hear that, but teenagers are immature, and teenagers are never ever mature, and they only get mature once they're adults and they're like 25 years old. That's when like any kind of maturity kicks in, and not maturity as in like drama, because adults are no more mature than teenagers are, but maturity in like the being able to look at the bigger picture of the world out there. Teenagers are never able to understand that, despite thinking that they know every answer to everything in life. And I speak from experience. So part of it is that. Part of it is you're being forced. So of course you're going to hate it. And part of it is if you have no reason to like Shakespeare, you're never going to like Shakespeare. You have to have something that kind of brings you back to it. Just like classical music isn't for everybody. I'm not a giant fan of classical music. I can appreciate it big time, but I'm not a big fan of it. I'm never going to be, but I can understand why it's important to keep it alive. So it's kind of the same as Shakespeare. People can understand why it's important. Doesn't mean they're going to like it. Okay, where's my coordinates? There they are. 796 and 425. Negative 796. The wrong way. So this way. I didn't even go too far. I went like 1,000 blocks. That's kind of far. And 4 something. Is 4 something that way? No. This way. Okay, so I have to go this angle roughly. I don't have a compass yet, so I have to just hope. Again, blocks. Immaturity is part of it. Immaturity is part of it. Because saying no never is a very, very immature answer. Again, not saying that that's a bad thing. All teenagers are that way. All teenagers. So it's fine. It's definitely not for everybody, because it can be very, very hard to comprehend. And humans have a very hard time enjoying something that is hard for them. Especially when it makes you feel dumb. And because Shakespeare's language is so weird, and you're stuck. Like if you're ever going to watch it or you're reading it with other people and you see them all understanding it and you're not, it automatically makes you feel dumb. And so there's that feeling of resentment that goes along with it as well. Like it's really, really complicated about disliking Shakespeare. But there is a lot to appreciate with Shakespeare. Hence why so many movies now still use Shakespeare's overall play to write a movie. Because what he wrote was just so timeless, which is very rare, because people who teenagers like Charlie D'Amelio, has nothing that she's ever produced that has ever been considered timeless and ever will be considered timeless. Because the type of genius Shakespeare was only comes around once in, God, not even a lifetime. So there is a lot to appreciate there, but yeah, it's not for everybody. And there's plenty of reasons to feel intimidated and not want to have anything to do with it. But I think it's a really beneficial mindset to have of, it's not for me, but I would understand why it's important to human history in general. Moths are the spawn of Satan. They freak me out, man. Moths are freaky. We don't get giant moths here. I remember the first time I saw like a giant moth in El Salvador, I almost died. I thought it was a bat. It was so big. It was so big. Yeah, and that's a part of it, right? Like they're forcing you. That's what's making you dislike it. And that's what I'm saying about the immaturity thing. It's not that like you're being immature, like throwing a temper tantrum or something. It's like the actual way the brain functions. It hasn't matured to the level yet where you can see past what is happening directly in front of you, which is like the same reason a lot of teenagers can drink excessively, or a lot of teenagers can end up pregnant at a very young age because they're not able to look past the immediate thing that's in front of them, or they drive recklessly because they're not able to comprehend actually how dangerous things are. Like they can understand it. They know that it's dangerous and something could happen to them, but there's not a real comprehension of how easily that danger comes, right? It's easy to understand you could be hurt permanently. It's a lot harder to understand that you could be going at a very slow speed and have a very minimal accident and still be completely ruined for the rest of your life as a teenager. Because if you don't experience it, you don't see it, right? That's why you also, hey, a village! That's why you also saw a lot of TikTok young teenagers, adults, doing really dumb things when the whole pandemic thing started because they thought it was a joke, because they lack the experience to understand that illnesses are something that are very, very, very delicate. But that's just a basic immaturity. It's not the same as being immature, like throwing a temper tantrum because you can't go to the mall. It's just the immaturity of foresight, you know? It's just that kind of immaturity. It's the lack of ability to understand. When I get pregnant, me? No, but you could get somebody else pregnant, and it happens quickly. I'm speaking from experience. Exactly. That's why I'm speaking from experience. Short got it. See? And Short got it because of Shakespearean literature. He understood to read past the layer I was saying. But yeah, it's there's a lot there, but I get it. Right? Being forced to do something you don't want to do kind of sucks, especially when you're a teenager in high school where you're more interested in the fun aspects of school, in the flirting, in the making friends, in the partying, in the wearing what's cool, playing the cool game, you know, whatever kind of little group you're in, that's going to be much more important to you than reading what some dead guy wrote 300, 400 years ago. But there's a reason for it. There's a reason why they've deemed it important to learn. Tara! Thank you, Tara. I thought you just subbed recently. Did Twitch freak out and do it wrong again? I don't know.
Hi, friends, smiling face.
Thank you, Tara. I appreciate that. Guys, hashtag Tara. Please. She's awesome. I hope you're doing well, Tara. I hope life is treating you okay. Was the worst 4 years of your life? It was a mixed bag for me. Parts of high school were some of the best, but high school was never what you see on like movies and TV, or like you meet people that are that way, where like the whole we almost went to state, but my bum knee, man, if I didn't have that bum knee, I would have been a pro player. I've never understood those people that are still hung up on a football game from like 30 years ago. I don't get it. Because I don't have that kind of bond. Or the people that like still want to like wear their Letterman jacket or whatever that thing is called. Or are still proud of the fact that like they dated the prom queen. Like I don't understand that fascination with high school, so I've never had that kind of bond to it. Like I don't really care. I would be interested to see people that I went to high school with, just to kind of see how they look, like the morbid curiosity, but not to be like, look at me, I'm so successful, or look at me, I'm a failure. I don't really care what they think about me. I don't talk to any of them. But I did have good times in high school. There are things about high school that I miss. Like I miss the irresponsible part. You know, being able to just kind of do whatever I want and be more worried about like looking good and being liked and flirting. I miss that part. That was fun. Being able to just flirt with people without ever having to read deeper into it. Because now as an adult, you know, it's the part of it is society changing, but part of it is just like, am I going to be misinterpreted with what I say because it's going to come off as creepy? Whereas when you were younger, it just kind of came off like, oh, he's hitting on you. Now it's like, he's creepy. Or am I going to say something that might affect somebody in a bad way because of their past experiences? Because other guys said that and they turned out to be liars. I miss that part of high school. I miss the ability to kind of just like wear what's cool and, you know, not worry about if other people got it or not. Those things I miss, but outside of that, It's just about being immature. That's the only part, or the irresponsible. That's the part that I miss. That's the only part. But like now, I have to make sure that like my bills are paid, so I have to be responsible with the things that I do. Because sometimes I just want to like hang out with friends, or like, you know, when you were a teenager, you would spend all day. And now we're older, so texting wasn't really a thing when I was a teenager. It was, but it was really expensive, so you didn't do it very often. But it was more about like talking on the phone, but like spending like 4 hours on the phone talking to the girl you like and flirting with her the whole time, getting excited to go see her the next day, and making sure that you're dressing in a way that she's gonna think looks cute, so she can flirt with you some more. Stuff like that I miss, right? Like that innocent level of flirtation, that kind of stuff, where there was no responsibility kind of bogging you down from those things. But at the same time, I don't miss it because I like having the freedom that I have now. I like being as experienced as I am now in life, so I can appreciate things a lot more. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't think everybody had the same experience, Ty, so I can totally understand where you're coming from. I had moments like that. Like, there were some really, really dark things that happened to me in high school. Some of the worst things that ever happened to me in my life, outside of what's happened in the last 3 months, happened to me in high school. And so I definitely can understand that for sure. Like I said, there are specific things I liked about high school. Outside of that, nothing else. And a big part of the whole flirtatious thing is like, I was the most attractive to the opposite sex when I was in high school. Since high school, beginning of college, like basically from like mid high school until like right around the time I graduated from college, that was the only time that I was ever really attractive to the opposite sex. Then from there, it was just complete downhill, and then it turned into a nosedive. So that's why those parts are the parts that I like about high school. But outside of that, like I wasn't popular. I thought I was for a really long time, but I wasn't popular. It was more that I just hung out with the right people, but I was very much like I bounced between groups. But I never really had friends because nobody ever called me to like hang out, or like, you know, if parties happened, I only went because another friend told me about it, not because I was invited directly by the people throwing the party. You know what I mean? It's like I was never super popular, but I had a whole bunch of other stuff going on in my life that wasn't good, and high school was kind of the escape from that. All right, we went. Have a good night. See you later. I appreciate you being here. Respect your elders. Yeah, Merle. I mean, I was able to kind of enjoy that a little bit in college because I was in theater school. Like, there was pressure of, you know, of a different kind because I had to make sure that I was actually getting the skills that I needed. But I still had a little bit of that, like, pressure-free life because it was theater school. I was able to goof off, and I spent most of my time doing, like, acting stuff. But yeah, I definitely high school was a really dark time in my life. But high school itself was a bit of an escape for me. So that helped skew my perspective of high school to be a little bit more positive. That being said, I wouldn't want to go back to high school. I'd want to go back to college. College is what I enjoyed. It's brought you so much joy ever since you found it. It can be such a great way to express yourself. I always try to be very well, like, grounded in what I say. Negative send. I think I was going the wrong way. Dang it. This way. I try to be really grounded in what I say, but some people take that as being negative. But I will say, acting can be awesome if you do it as a hobby. The second you try to get it as a job, it takes a very, very special person to deal with the acting world as a job. Hence why you see so many, like, quick marriages and divorces, and so much, like, substance abuse in, like, acting and in music and all that kind of stuff. Because even though it's a great way to express yourself and you really find who you are in it, it takes a very special person to be able to handle it. College and uni was great. Yeah, and some people don't find themselves until then, right? Especially like in our generation, Ty, where bullying was a much, much bigger issue than it is now. It's still a big issue now, but like when we were a kid, you couldn't be proud of who you are without dealing with like very blatant bullying. Now, teenagers nowadays, although bullying exists, although there's a lot of like mental health issues and stuff that social media has brought to the table, they don't realize how lucky they are and how easy they've got it to enjoy hobbies. Because if you were an anime nerd, if you were a gaming nerd in high school when we were kids, your life was terrible. Your life was terrible. Because liking anime as somebody who was 15 years old, that's for babies. Why are you doing that? You're such a weirdo. You're a creep. And it sucked. So kids nowadays do have a bit of a better opportunity to embrace their own passions. But definitely a lot of people in our generation didn't really find themselves until they were in college, because then you were more likely to be surrounded by people that were similar minded to you, right? Like that's what happened with me in theater school. In high school, I had my friends that were into drama and stuff, but they were very not my type of people. Like they were the alt kids that wore like the chains on their wallet and like spiked their hair and wore like dark makeup and listened to a bunch of rock music and heavy metal and stuff like that. And I didn't like that kind of music at all. I didn't get along with their own hobbies. Then I went to theater school, and all of a sudden I was surrounded by a variety of people, but they all had the same passions as me. So it was a lot easier to find that friendship there. So I definitely found myself a lot more, but I didn't really find who I am until now, which is a totally different experience for me. Yeah, definitely, Ty. Like I said, in high school, a big part that helped me is because of the whole autism thing. Now I know this. Because of the whole autism thing, I had put a concerted effort into being normal, quote unquote. And so that made my high school life easier, because I would mold myself and act in certain ways to make myself more acceptable to people, which then means my high school life was a little bit easier. And I made a concerted effort, and I remember when that concerted effort happened. Because I used to spend a lot of time with my cousin. He was like my best friend in the whole world. And I spent a summer with him. My very first like summer that I really spent with him, that we were hanging out with friends. I was just going into high school. He was a couple years older than me, so he was already like kind of well-versed in high school. And he was hanging out with like a bunch of girls and a couple of other guys, and then me. And I noticed I was the only one that thought the way that I did and acted the way that I did and dressed the way that I did, because I never really cared about how I dressed. And that's when I was like, okay, he's really liked and he's really popular, and that's how he acts and dresses, and I obviously don't. And he made a couple of passing comments. He was a bit mean to me. He made a couple of passing comments that made it very clear that I wasn't acceptable. And so I made the effort. I went and got my hair cut. I got my mom to buy me very specific types of clothing so I would fit in more. And I would make sure that I listened to the music that they listened to just to fit in. They swore a lot, and I never did. This is how much I had to put effort into it. I would ride my bike, because I was like 13 at the time. I would ride my bike practicing swear words. Just practicing them, just saying them, just so I could make myself feel used to saying them. And that now I know was me learning to mask. And I didn't know that at the time. I was just trying to I want to be cool. I thought everybody did stuff like that. And because I was masking at such a high level, when I got to high school, I was fitting in because I was masking so much. And so I was able to mask depending on the group that I hung out with. So it made my high school life easier, but yeah, it had its bad moments. And then I had the benefit, the what do they call it? The privilege of being a fairly cute kid. You know, I was one of those teenagers that if TikTok would have been around back then, I probably would have been one of like the Charlie D'Amelio little group. I would have been one of those kind of TikTokers. Because I was pretty good looking, right? And so, and I did whatever it took to be considered cool. So that would have been the kind of teenager I would have been to fit in. Which came with its own nightmare of problems down the line, but that's what made my high school life easier. That's why I can look at it with some positive light to it. Yeah, Ty, I know that feeling. I know that feeling. Until I started really masking, I was in the same boat. Where I would, look, another village, where I was in the same boat, where I'd always be like the single one. I never had anybody like me. I didn't understand what was wrong with me. Then I learned to mask. And then I became a terrible person. You know, I had, like, not only did I have standards, I guess is the only word I can think of to use, but like, there had to be a certain like hotness and popularity level for me to even consider you. Even if I didn't like you, you had to be a certain level of hot for me to date you. Like I was that kind of terrible person. But yeah, I was in that boat until I I made the goal of masking. And like I said, it really sucked. I didn't know I was masking at the time, but it really sucked sometimes because I couldn't understand why we would pretend, because I was pretending. I couldn't figure out why we would pretend. Oh, I turned off the music. I meant to keep it on for you guys. That's why. Why people were pretending when we were in private. Like there's 3 of us alone. Why are we still pretending by using like slang and talking in this way and dressing and acting this way? We're alone. We don't have to prove to anybody we're cool. I didn't realize that that's just how teenagers act. I genuinely thought that we were just pretending to fit in. But it was a very, very exhausting effort. And it leaves you with a lot of insecurities because whenever I did let my guard down, I was instantly ridiculed or disliked. So I very quickly learned that the real me wasn't acceptable. So it came with its own drawbacks. But like I said, I didn't know I was masking, so I didn't really consider that too much. You masked your way into having boyfriends. Yeah, I was the same way. I masked my way into dating. A big part of it was just because I was cute. That really helped. But that's usually why girls would only date me for like a week or 2 and break up with me, because they didn't like the way that I was once they got to know me, because I would let my guard down with the girlfriend. Yeah. Yeah, because I masked so highly, I'm not going to go into too much detail because I don't want to like trigger anything for anybody, and I don't want to really hash it out because I already dealt with it and it's in my past now. I just don't want to bring it up because I know other people might be dealing with it and I'm not an expert and I don't want to turn this whole conversation to that. But like I spent almost 3 months in a hospital during that time. Which is what I'm referencing when I say it was one of the darkest periods in my life, despite high school, me speaking about it like it was a good thing. It was one of the darkest periods in my life. And high school was my escape to that because I could mask very, very quickly in high school and kind of get away with not being known so nobody could see that part of me. But yeah, about 3 months in the hospital. And it was to the point where like when my daughter was born, there was a police officer, a social worker, and a psychologist that pulled me into a room privately and made me answer a whole bunch of questions because they were considering taking my daughter away because of my past. I never hurt anybody, but it was pretty serious. Damn it, I was getting ready to blow up some balloons, Ty. I was ready for that pity party. I was going to blow up some balloons. I was approachable, though, and I changed my whole persona for the guy, which guys liked, apparently. Yeah, because guys are so self-centered. We like it when women do everything that we like. Makes us feel special. I know I fall for that all the time. But now I'm like extra cautious because I've dated enough women that have done that to, you know, win me over or whatever. And I very quickly learned that it was all fake. And then everything that I was excited that we shared wasn't real. So now I'm very, very cautious when women act like they're really into everything that I'm into. Because I'm like, yeah, when are you going to tell me you're not into it and you only did it because you liked me? When? Let me know, because I'm ready for it. Okay, why am I not near my base? 796, so 812. I should be able to see it right around here. 425. Okay, so 500 away. So let's... Which direction? Which direction? Stop moving, 800. Is it this way? It's this way. So I should be like... My base should be like right there. Negative, right? Negative 796 and positive. Yeah, so it should be just that way. Okay, let's try it. I was never approached. I was never, ever approached. Any girl that has ever approached me, woman that has ever approached me, was very, very, very much not my type. Like, in the slightest. I mean, back when I was in high school, I was shallow AF, so that was a part of it then. But now, it's just more, I am very, very particular about the type of person, like even down to the point of like cleanliness of themselves that I just can't get around. So stuff like that, or like the way they take care of themselves, not necessarily like, you know, what they eat or whatever, but I like to spend time making sure that I look nice. I would like to be with somebody who kind of puts some effort into, just like I do. So stuff like that. So like women don't approach me. I'm also very, very awkward and not very likable. And again, because I don't understand social norms, I can come off as desperate quite often, which is not what I'm trying to do ever. And I tend to hang out with like some pretty good looking people. So I usually don't stand out next to them. Like Preston is one of my closest friends. And if we're in a crowd, Preston totally stands out and I don't. What makes me shine is my personality, but yeah, Preston's got a better personality still. And he's good looking. So like, there's just no, there's no hope standing out next to him. And I'm just attracted to really weird things. You know, there are things about women that I really like and things about women that I'm just like, no, this will never work. So like women that would be attracted to me, a lot of the times I'm just like, no. And it's not even like, oh, they're too ugly or they're too skinny or whatever. It's literally just like, no, I don't like the way that she does her makeup. And not in like a shallow way, but in a way of like, I don't want to have to smell the makeup when I'm with her. What? I want her to take care of herself, but I don't like the smell of makeup? Like stupid stuff like that. You know what I mean? Or like, oh, she likes hikes. I don't like hikes. I don't want to be with somebody that likes hikes because I don't like hikes. It's just like the dumbest things. I think you're giving me too much credit. Oh man, Preston's a good looking dude. I'm telling y'all. And he's just really likable. I think that even makes him more attractive. Like, here's one of the socially awkward things about me. When I watch Preston interact with other people, he genuinely is interested to know about what people are doing. And it just doesn't cross my mind. And not because I don't care about the people, it just doesn't cross my mind to ask. Like Preston will occasionally ask me, we'll be chatting all day, and he'll occasionally just ask me, so what are you up to today? Like just a really genuine, like, what's up? Even though we've been talking for the last 3 hours. And that thought never crosses my mind. And not because I don't care what Preston's up to, it just doesn't cross my mind. And a lot of people take that as being very self-centered, which I guess it kind of is. But at the same time, it's not because I only want to talk about myself. It's just that I didn't think about asking. Or like, uh-oh. Woo! We survived. Oh. Or like my friend Rob will just randomly send me a message to say, hey, hope you're doing well. And it never crosses my mind to send him a message like that. And not because I don't care. I always think about him, but I just never think about doing it. Preston is that kind of person. He'll be attentive. And when he asks you a question, he's genuinely interested in what you're saying. Whereas like I'll ask a question because I know I'm supposed to, but I don't understand what the point of me asking the question is. And so then that doesn't bode well. Your social persuasion skills are at 100. 100% they are, Preston. 100% they are. Yeah, shortcut. Yeah, I'd probably give a lot of a very big different impression if you and I were hanging out together. Oh no, Merle. What did you order though? What did you order? Now you can hang out with me. You look better next to me. Here's the problem that I've run into now though, Ty. And no, I wouldn't be better looking than you, so shut up. But here's the problem I've run into now. At least I think. I don't know. I don't actually know this. I don't know if this is actually a thing, but it's what my neurodivergent brain thinks is happening. I think I'm looking like I might be self-centered or insecure because I take care of myself so much, and a lot of guys in their 30s do not. And so the fact that I, you know, put product in my hair and I blow dry my hair and I put creams in my face, like on my face, and, you know, I try really hard to take care of myself, will come off as I am so insecure that I don't feel comfortable in my own skin, so I got to do all that. Or it'll come off as I am so into myself, and me taking care of myself is a projection of how much I'm into myself. And so that really doesn't bode well. And it becomes very unattractive to a lot of people. Even though it's just, I like looking good. Like, I like doing things to make me feel like I look good. Yeah, lots of beehives. Lots of beehives. That's even weirder. It is. And you didn't grow up in the times we grew up in. We used to have people that used to come to our schools to teach us about Uncle Bad Touch. Boy, let me tell you, that was a weird time in school. That was really uncomfortable to learn about in school. Because now as an adult, I look back at it and I'm like, holy crap, that was pretty intense stuff they talked about when they were covering Uncle Bad Touch. Oh yeah, getting taught about good and bad touch is important. No. We had actors come in, and it would be a woman dressed as a kid, so they would look like they were like a 10-year-old kid. And then we watched a whole scenario about this kid and their uncle. I won't go into details, but let's just say it involved playing under the sheets. And they acted it out in front of us in class. Not in class, at the gym. So it wasn't just like teaching us these things. They acted it out. We had to watch this. And then watch the kid, like the actress being the kid, cry to the parents and then get in trouble. And then the uncle gets in trouble eventually. And then they go to court. Like, they acted it all out for us. It was really wild that they showed that to children. I think it's really important to make kids aware of stuff like that. But whoa, was that a bad approach? Whoa, was that ever a bad approach? Yeah, we had that assembly at my school. Like, full blown, they had like the kid playing and the uncle would pick them up and they showed them playing, and then they went into like the full blown, like, let's wrestle. And then the kid talking about how it made them feel. And then it went to the next level, like time had passed. And then like the uncle went at night and under the bed sheets. Like, it was really intense. It was so intense. And I went to a Catholic school and they did that. It was wild. I mean, it would be if you're like of a sound mind, but people doing these kind of productions that sell stuff like this to school, like this level of production, not like trying to educate kids, but like selling this level of production, are so into being self-righteous that they don't realize how uncomfortable it is for everybody. It's kind of the same situation of those people that get like super defensive about racism when it's not their race and not their culture, and they make everybody else uncomfortable in their need to prove how not racist they are. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're getting offended on behalf of me when somebody says something about Latinos. And it's just like, you're making everybody really uncomfortable. but they're so into like, no, 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 I'm so self-righteous, I'm protecting you, that they don't see it. That's kind of how that is, where like they're doing something that they think they're saving the children, and they're so deep into it that they don't realize how absolutely uncomfortable the whole world is. Really crazy. Really crazy. I know, right? Right, Ty? Right? Thankfully, I was an altar boy for a few years, but thankfully I never had that experience. Thankfully. Whew. Yeah, Merle. It's always so it's such an awkward balance, and it's hard for our brains to understand what that means because yeah. Well, and like I know when I was growing up, a big thing was that it was the strangers that always did it. When in reality, it's not the strangers, it's always somebody you know and trust. And that's a really big difference. But yeah, no, it was a wild time. That was a wild time, let me tell you. We do have 2 baby cows, nice. We had a magician one time. I remember a lot of the educational stuff. That's one of the things with my brain is I have a really good memory about very specific type of things. And I have a really, really bad memory about other stuff. Like names. Can't remember names to save my life. But faces, I can remember faces pretty well. I'm really good at remembering faces. And it always makes people really, really uncomfortable because sometimes they think, like I came across a profile of somebody that I've known for a long time. Or I knew them for like a couple of years a long time ago. We haven't talked in a very long time. And I messaged them. And it was very, very clear that they thought I was just hitting on them. And I was just like, no, we knew each other. We were friends. Like I had your phone number and everything. I don't have it anymore. I don't remember your name and I don't remember where we're friends from, but I know you. I 100% know I know you. But how do you make that make sense to somebody? So those parts of my brain sucks. But then like I can remember a lot of like things people have said to me. I can remember a lot of experiences I had. Which is one experience. I don't know if you've ever heard this. Totally different subject style now. I don't know if you guys have ever heard this about how like false confessions, and a lot of people don't believe in false confessions. Like they're like, why would you confess something you didn't do? They're 100% real. I've experienced it. I've done it. And I was accused of stealing something and I didn't steal it. I mentioned this story a long time ago. I was accused of stealing something and I didn't steal it. And my memory is really good about stuff like that. And the guy convinced me that I had stolen something. And it had me so scared because of how good my memory is and how good I remembered the very specific day he was talking about, that I was like, he had me convinced that maybe I had multiple personalities and I just blacked out and didn't remember it, even though I remember the whole day. Like there wasn't a moment of like, I don't remember what happened then. Like I remembered that whole day. I still remember that day now. And he had me convinced that I had stolen something. And I thought that something must have happened psychologically for me to not remember it. Now I know he just lied and convinced me, because that's what a certain career type of people do, just to be able to convict somebody. Now, mind you, they didn't press charges or anything. They just fired me. But he was one of those, he wished he was a cop and never was. But he convinced me that he had all the proof. They had me on video doing it, but he refused to show me. And that should have been my first red flag to go, yeah, you're lying. But I listened to him and I believed him and I was convinced that I did it. It was crazy. I think I have FBI facial recognition skills. You probably do, Preston. Mine may not be that good. I can, like, I'll look at somebody that I may have seen years ago and I'll be like, I know them from somewhere and I don't know why. But that's about as far as I can get. But I definitely can recognize a face. I can be like, I know this person. But I don't remember like the bond we had of any kind. Like even now when I think about the Rocky Horror Show that I did last, right before COVID, I can remember everybody. I don't remember everybody's name. And I see them now and they look like complete strangers to me. I know them and I see their faces and I absolutely know who they are. But I don't feel that connection. Like I don't feel like I spent 3 months with them talking to them every single day. It feels like it was somebody that I maybe like ran into in a hallway somewhere once. It's really weird. Oh, 100% Ty. Most of the time I'll avoid people that I recognize. I'll approach them if I am going to be around them for a bit. Like if I have no way of avoiding them, I'll definitely approach them. Or if we had like a very, very specific type of connection. Like I ran into a guy who I had known my whole life. Not my whole life, but I met him when I was probably about 7 or 8. And he was in a very, very, very severe car accident. There were 4 kids in the car. His dad was driving. 2 of the kids didn't make it. Sadly, the 2 kids that didn't make it were siblings, and my friend and his sister made it, and the 2 kids that were just friends didn't. Like the friends of this guy, they were siblings. They didn't make it. So it was a really devastating time, and we were all little kids. It was the first time I ever saw a dead body. It was in a casket and everything, but it was the first time I ever saw that. It was rough. But I went to high school with this guy. He became my bully after that accident. He became so violent. Like something's not right with this guy level of violence. Not just like he's dealing with some trauma, like his brain doesn't function, because when he got out of the accident, he was so brain damaged from the accident that the doctors had already given him the prognosis that he would never amount to being past a 1-year-old. Like that would be the level he was at. My mom used to go because we were friends. My mom used to go and do like his care for him, like change his diaper, wash him, all that stuff. And somehow his brain healed enough that he went back to what you would expect somebody his age to act like. But he was very, very violent, and he was one of my bullies. And like I'm talking like black eyes, almost broke my arm bone once with a punch. Like my arm was useless for about 2 weeks because he hit it so hard. He used to work out to the point of like insanity. And then I lost contact with him because he became my bully. And then I ran into him at the supermarket, and he looked at me in a really aggressive way. But because I think he thought I was staring at him, but I looked at him because I knew who he was, and he just thought I was some random guy staring at him. So he got aggressive. And so I walked up and I was like, I got to diffuse this right away. So I went and gave him my hand. I was like, dude, it's Luis. You don't remember me? And he's like, no. Because we went to high school together. We grew up together. My dad is Luis. Your dad and my dad were best friends. And he's like, oh, yeah, man. Yeah. But you could tell there was just no comprehension there of having known me for 20 years. But that's like the only time I'll approach somebody, is if there's some reason for me to. But if it's somebody like, I know that person, and they're like, go say hi. No, I don't want to go say hi to them. What am I going to say to them past hi? Never. Even worse, she didn't remember me. Oh, I hate those moments. I hate those moments. There was one, I had a moment like that in high school, back to when I was really good looking. I worked at a grocery store. I've mentioned this girl before, and I love this story because it just goes to show how rich people are so out of touch with the rest of the world. And not rich like you make $200,000, $300,000 a year. Rich like they make multiple millions of dollars a year. Her dad was like the president of Xerox Canada. Like rich. But they were trying to instill in her some level of maturity, so they had her working at a grocery store. And I was a produce guy, she was a cashier, and I would see her on break, and I started talking to her. I would chat her up, and we became friends, and we were texting and talking on the phone and everything. And I didn't realize how rich she was. I didn't realize I was working in a rich neighborhood. I was from like the inner city, and I was really poor. And then the one day we decided to have lunch together. We had texted and we're like, let's have lunch. I'm going to take my break at this time. Meet me at the front doors. So I went to the front doors, and she did the typical like girl thing, like, let's go sit in your car. And I'm like, okay. And then I'm like, I don't know if you want to sit in my car though. It's kind of old and kind of ugly. And she's like, well, what do you mean? I was like, well, it's an old Honda Civic. She goes, yeah, no, this is back in like 2003. So she's like, yeah, it's fine. She's like, I don't mind sitting in like a 99 Civic. Like, I'm not that touchy. And I'm like, it's not a 99. She goes, what do you mean? I'm like, it's a 1990. She goes, those still exist? She had no idea. And she wanted to sit in my car because she was embarrassed of her car because her dad bought her a 4-year-old Mercedes convertible. And so she was embarrassed to have me sit in her car. Anyways, that's this girl. I ran into her many years later. She didn't know who I was. Not only did she not know who I was, she made it very clear she would never date a guy that looks like me. That was a real kick in the guts. Because I was like, you don't remember? She's like, no. I was like, you and I used to, like, we were seeing each other. And that was her response. And I was like, ouch. Basically just told me I'm ugly. Oh, man. All right, Ty, have yourself a good night. Yeah, text me for sure. Have a good night, Ty. Thank you, Jack. It's been a lot of work. A lot of work and a lot of time. A lot of time. I've been at this for like 7 years, so. But thank you for the compliment. I appreciate that. Hello, Blocks. Welcome. But yeah, that was one of those moments of like, oh, that was an ego blow. Mind you, she wouldn't have dated me anyway because I was poor and she was like multi-million rich. And I'm so glad I didn't, because I would not want to date somebody like that. She was pretty hot though, so I fooled a rich girl into liking me. That's my own accolade out of that one. I don't even know what to do now. I know we need to like build stuff for the nether. I need to find some lava. I should probably dig for some diamonds, I guess. I don't really want to though. Not a couple of villages, but they're really far away to bring villagers all the way out here. But not younger than ever. It is. It rains. I wonder if it's going to be a thunderstorm or just plain rain. Oh, one of them grew up. Yes. Make more babies. Give me all the cow babies. Okay. I'm going to dig a little bit, see if I can find some lava. If we can find some lava, then we can make a little lava farm, I guess, so we can start getting ready to make a nether portal. And I definitely need some diamonds, so that's going to be a pain. Oh god, no, I can't deal with young people. It's hard enough dealing with young people as a content creator. I would never want to date a young person. I don't get it. There's somebody I'm friends with who is very, very young, and their significant other is very close to my age. Outside of just like feeling creepy, I just wouldn't be able to, because there is a maturity difference, like just in life in general, where you are in life. I wouldn't do it. I couldn't. No way. Nope. No, thank you. Nice, Merle. What did you order? I'm guessing you probably answered and I just didn't see it because I didn't shut up. What did you order? Does it rain a lot in Canada? Depending on where you are. In British Columbia, it rains a lot. Here where I am, no. It snows a lot here, though. But not as much as it does in, like, Quebec. Snack bar foods. Nice. Hey, man. I can't help it. All right? I can't help it. Merle's in the chat. My brain automatically goes into the gutter when she's around. I'm just waiting for my opportune time to start asking her out, and every time she tells me she has a boyfriend, just to continue asking her out. Because clearly that's how it works. It's gonna work like that. I'm gonna convince her just by asking. I didn't bring enough. Oh, I want to go deeper. And grab some wood. And some torches. Merle is always around. Merle is always around. She's involved in all of it. Whoa. Well, I guess I found a cave. I didn't mean to, but... Wait, I already found this cave. I just ended up in the same cave I've always been in, I guess. Oh yeah, I made this, like, walkway to continue because it was weird and I didn't want to go any deeper. Okay. Oh, I gotta pee again. What is up with that, man? Shouldn't have had a tea and a coffee before the stream. You would like to visit Canada one day? There's some nice stuff to see, but there's not a lot of it. Like, it's not like going to Europe where there's like a whole bunch of cool places to go, or going to the States where there are like some pretty interesting places to see. We have a lot of forests. We also have Niagara Falls. And then like BC has mountains, and because there's part of the Rocky Mountains there. And then the ocean. Quebec is like one of our oldest cities, so you can see like a really old part of Canada if you go there. But like outside of that, there's not really much to see in Canada. Like, we all laugh because when people come visit us, like my family, for us it's literally, yeah, we're gonna take them to the falls. Where else do you go? Or Toronto. But like, Toronto's a lot of business stuff, so like it's not necessarily the best place to see for people. I don't like gravel. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I pulled out chicken for dinner. I don't know what I'm gonna make. Yeah, you need the flint, for sure. Guess I'll just do that so I don't destroy my pickaxes going down deeper. Just have to, like, block it off somehow so I don't end up with a bunch of mobs taking my life. Making my way downtown. I've been playing Minecraft for a while, and the warden has been in Minecraft for a while. I have yet to find a warden. I have never found an ancient city. I thought I did, and I cleared the whole area, dug a whole bunch, and never found the ancient city. So there's still stuff in this game that I'm never ever gonna, like, that I've never ever experienced, that I'll still experience for the first time. Minecraft for the first time. Oh, dropping frame rate. I hate that. Okay. So I think I'll just block this area off and then we'll continue. Yeah, diamonds, they're easier to find because they're more open in areas like this, but they spawn less in open areas than they do in covered areas, so the spawn rate is lower, so it takes longer to find diamonds. Like, there's diamonds, because you can't just walk in and see them, but it's also, oh, I don't want to go in there because it's dark and that guy's gonna kill me. Look at, oh my god, there's so many of them. So it's harder to, like, it's easier to see them out in the open, but it's more likely to find large amounts by digging. I also have to be at a deeper level. Like, where am I at right now? I'm at negative 24, and I think it's negative 50, I think, for the diamond layer. I don't want to get the diamonds. I'm playing on hardcore mode. Those creepers are going to kill me. Oh, look, I was just talking about the warden thing. There's the stuff that usually leads to an ancient city or whatever it's called. There's a lot of lava here. Holy crap. See, I mix it up with emeralds and lapis. Those are the ones that I'm always like, diamonds. Nope, not diamonds. Diamonds. Nope, not diamonds. But yeah, Michael Jackson, Canada's nice. Don't get me wrong. It's also very different than the States. So it's just cool to see the difference in like some of the smaller details. Like even some of the candy we sell is very different than what's sold in the States. And as a Canadian, I forget about that sometimes. Because like I'll eat something really casually and everybody that's from the States will be like, what is that? It's a coffee crisp. They'll be like, a coffee what? Oh God. I think these are the guys that can help call a warden. We don't want that. I mean, I'm getting a bunch of experience for it. That looks like brick. Is this... What did I find? What's the realest Canadian candy? Coffee Crisp is probably the most common, like, totally Canadian candy. I love Coffee Crisp. And that's usually the one that everybody thinks of when they think of Canadian candy. Yeah, the warden can spawn out of those guys, but they have to trigger a specific alarm or something. I don't know the exact details. I know there's, like, it doesn't just happen. And I think they have to be close to a very specific type of block for it to happen. But I don't see that block around here. I also see that it's kind of like a dead end, so... Okay, so that's deep slate. I'm not used to... The textures are slightly different in Java than they are on Bedrock. So I'm just trying to see if that's deep slate. Is that deep slate too? Yeah, it is. Right? Yeah. I thought this was like a specific type of brick that was going to lead me to the ancient city or whatever it's called, but it's just deep slate. But yeah, Coffee Crisp is probably the most Canadian of the candies. And how deep does that go? How deep is your lava? And then for chips, all dressed are a very Canadian chip, and ketchup. When I was at PAX a few years back, my brother and I took a bunch of like chips and candy to a friend of mine, and she tried all dressed, and according to her, they taste exactly like barbecue chips. So she doesn't get what the big deal was, but I've eaten a lot of barbecue chips. All dressed does not taste like barbecue. I don't know where she got that from. Either her palate sucks, or she didn't like them and is just trying to come up with an excuse as to why. But yeah, all dressed chips are definitely a weird flavor. I don't even know what they're supposed to taste like. Okay, we're at -55. So this should be... Oh, no, we're not. Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. This should be good enough for some diamond hunting, maybe. Let's see what happens. Oh, man, that PAX video was one of my favorite that I've ever made. That was one of my favorite all-time. Both of them. The getting ready for PAX and then the at PAX. It just really sucked. This is a big difference between the YouTube community and like the Twitch community. I've mentioned this before, that there's a very big difference in the creator mentality of YouTube creators and Twitch creators. I've found anyways that the Twitch creators are much more business oriented. They understand that content is king and that you need to like work on content. and they're willing to help each other with content and stuff. On YouTube, I found that didn't happen very much, and I had already set in place that I was going to make a video at PAX. It was so hard to get them all to want to work with me on the video, not because they weren't willing to, but because they wanted it to be done in like 20 minutes. And it's like, it would take a few hours. It's not a 5-minute thing. So like the video didn't turn out the way I wanted. I would have wanted it to be very different, but I couldn't get them to work with me longer, which kind of sucked. But it still came out pretty good. Dig straight down. No way, man. Then you fall into lava and die. Do you hear that? You hear that? They're all dying. There's got to be something there that's killing them. I'm gonna guess it's lava. We'll go back there and we'll look to see if we can find the ancient city next stream, because I've already been live for almost 4 hours, so I definitely gotta get going in a bit because I need to make my dinner and stuff. I'm still not feeling 100% better, and I'm starting to kind of hit that wall. Thanks, Jack. I've been told that my streams are basically... Hey, is that the music for an ancient city? That sounds like an ancient city style of song. Is that what this is? Is that what the music is? Anyways, Jack, I've been told that my stream is very much like a podcast, and it just happens to have video games playing in the background. That's what I've been told. Oh, Geometry Dash. I wouldn't have the patience to do that. I hear it's really addictive though. Yeah, the music sounds deadly. I'm pretty much at the bottom, Shortcuts. Like the bottom layer, isn't it? Is it negative 64 or is it negative 56? But the ancient city wouldn't be any deeper than this, because that would only leave 10 blocks, and the ancient city is huge. And diamonds don't... They used to grow right at the bedrock level, but they don't anymore. They're slightly higher than that. Or spawn, sorry. And once you dig down to bedrock, it's a pain in the butt because you get those random bedrock blocks and then you can't dig. And I hate it. I like this creepy music. This is one of the newer songs. This wasn't around when I first started playing Minecraft. But I feel like this... I feel like it's because the songs come out for different reasons. So I'm wondering if this is because there's an ancient city nearby. It does. It feels like my doom is right there. There was doom over there. There was... You know what? I'm gonna be nosy. Let's go listen to see where we heard those spawns and see if I can find that cave. The final boss is coming. Okay. I hear it on both sides. Is it right above me? Is that what it is? It is. And not just that, if you play it in VR, it's so much worse. It's so scary when you're in VR and it's dark and you can't see, and like you're dealing with a cave like this. Hey, a diamond. Ooh. 2, 3, 4. 5. I need to get a fortune pickaxe like as soon as possible. I got 5. I need to get a fortune pickaxe as soon as possible. That's what we need to do next time. I have 5 now, so I'm gonna try to like get that diamond pickaxe and try to see if I can... Oh no, you need a bunch of diamonds for enchanting, don't... Or is it 1 diamond? 1 diamond for enchanting? We might be okay. I hear them, but I don't see the cave. Oh! Ooh! Oh, I scared myself. It's totally a horror game. Oh, I gave myself a headache on that one. So, short, it must have been an 8 vein with like a 3 vein next to it, because 11 veins you can't. 8 vein is the most. I might be 9, but 8 vein is the most you can get. So it must have been like one of those lucky spawns of 2 separate veins that were really close to each other. Because I think the coding limits it to 8. It might be 9, but it limits it to 8, I think. Yeah, 2 chunks side by side. I hear them, but I don't see them. They're everywhere, but I don't see them. Oh well. My pickaxe is almost dead. This music seriously does feel like the boss is in the next room. I thought you had already gotten a neon, Preston. Did you just not do the mission and just you got carried away? Oh, okay. I was gonna say I thought you got to neon. Yeah, I did the neon mission. I had just finished saving what's his name, the dude that gives you the job as part of the constellation or whatever they're called. I went and saved him. Oh, and I did the thing with the anomaly building. 3, 4, I don't know what it is. Oh. Out of pickaxes, but we got 5 diamonds, so that's good. It can be very, very scary short, honestly. The first time I played Minecraft, and I was playing in VR, that's how I first started playing Minecraft, was in VR. Because I didn't think I would like Minecraft, I was trying to do it the most fun way possible. So I played it in VR to try to make it as fun as I could. And hearing the songs when you're in VR can be so emotional and can hit you so hard. And when you're in a cave and you're exploring and you hear the music kick in, it can be so scary. Or when you're near a cave and you're not in a cave and you hear those sound effects that it'll do randomly while you're playing, it freaks you out because it's silent and all of a sudden you hear this loud bang. And at the time, I didn't know what that was. I thought something bad was happening because obviously I was completely blind. I hadn't looked anything up. And I was just like, what does that mean? What's happening? Why is it banging? Like, is a monster coming? It was really cool. It was really cool. Really great experience. And that music, hearing that in VR would be very nerve-wracking, for sure. You should, it's blocks. The challenge is nice, but it makes you really scared. Because like I said, it just takes one mistake and you're dead. And that's really scary to think of. Because once you're gone, everything you do is gone. Like, I got 5 diamonds now, man. I don't want to lose these 5 diamonds. At the same time, if I don't do anything and just work on farming, what's the point? I don't remember how I got down here, so... I was trying to like build a staircase without like making it impossible to get up when I come down again, but it's not gonna happen. I have shorts. I've beaten the original Subnautica once, and I've beaten Below Zero recently, a few months back. I'm actually on the fence right now. I'm debating on whether I should start Sons of the Forest, which is something that one of the viewers wants me to do, is to play Sons of the Forest, or if I should start playing Subnautica in VR, because I really, 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 really like Subnautica, but I've already beaten it, and I haven't beaten Sons of the Forest, so I know Sons of the Forest would be more interesting for me because it would be brand new. But Sons of the Forest can be very, very slow, and Subnautica at least has more of a viewership, and in VR it makes it more interesting for me. So like I'm kind of on the... Oh, Merle, I've got a plan. because I know you like that. I've got a plan. I'm going to make a command. Keep an eye out. Over the next day or two, I'm going to record it and I'm going to try to get it set up. I've got a plan for you, for something that you can do. Is it really? I haven't heard about that. That's amazing if it's true. Holy crap. If it's not like just some internet rumor. Never played Subnautica, never watched a video. It's a survival game. Basically, you are in a spaceship that's part of like a mining company, and your spaceship somehow crashes on a planet and nobody survives. Or like you're alone and you're trying to see if people survived. And it's about just surviving on this planet and finding your way off the planet by building a rocket ship. But as you play, you learn more about the planet, you learn more about the other people that were on the ship with you and other people that have been on this planet before. It can be a really intense game. It can be really dark. And it wasn't made for VR. They originally started planning to do VR for it, and they have some basic code for VR, but it's kind of broken. So the mod community made a really good mod to fix that. And in VR, it'll make you want to puke your guts out because you get disoriented in what direction you're facing and how you're moving, because obviously you're in the water. So sometimes you're facing down, but you think you're going straight. And then all of a sudden you go to get out of the ship and all of a sudden everything's tilted and like it instantly makes you feel sick. It's really wild. But you're in this deep, dark ocean and it can be very, very scary. It's really cool. I love the game. I think it's amazing. Unreal Engine 5. Nice. That is going to look amazing on Unreal. It's going to look awesome. That's cool. Yeah, like I said, I hadn't heard of it, but I haven't really been keeping up. So yeah, if they're doing that, that's amazing. Okay, so we got some diamonds. We went to villages and didn't find anything. Oh. Before I go, because I know I'm going to forget and I won't do it. So let me do this real quick. Let's plant some of these sweet berries, because if I ever run out of meat, we can at least have an emergency stock of sweet berries. The graphics look so unreal. The food tired you out? Good though, Merle. You need to sleep. You need to sleep. You were just talking about how you might be too tired because you're not going to sleep. But now you can sleep. Go sleep. I'm done anyway. I just want to plant these sweet berries and then chat for a few minutes as I get ready to end off the stream. Oh, wait. No, don't do these ones. Oh, I'll have to wait. Dang it. I forgot you gotta leave spaces because, whoops, because then I can't pick them. That's good enough. There, you have some berries. Now, if I ever get hungry, we have unlimited water and we have a bunch of wheat and a skeleton. Wait. Oh, that's really weird. The controls are different on this than they are on the regular game, on the Bedrock game. What the heck? That's weird. I gotta right click to use the shield. In Bedrock, it's sneak. If you sneak, you hold the shield. Oh no, right click. Is it right click or sneak? Maybe it's right click. I don't know. I'm friggin' confused. I don't know. Okay, we're good, and we're safe in here. So that's all I can say. Holy crap, everybody. That was intense. That's really nerve-wracking because I know I can die so easily, and I don't want that to happen. I don't want that to happen, but it can happen. You'll stay till the end. Good. I'm almost done anyways, Myrtle. Unless I start jabbering on for the next hour. I might start jabbering on purpose just so you have to stay up. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I will be back tomorrow. I don't know what I'm going to play. I'm going to aim for Resident Evil, but I don't know. I don't really know what I want to do tomorrow. I don't know how I'll feel, but maybe Resident Evil. And we'll see where the day takes us tomorrow. I am going to be starting the stream. Oh, maybe not Resident Evil because I'll be starting the stream really late tomorrow. because I have to get my car oil changed, and I'm going at 3, but it's usually like an hour long that it takes, and then like 20-minute drive home. So I probably won't even be able to start till about 4:45, almost 5 o'clock my time, which is what, 11, almost midnight your time, Merle. So I'll be live tomorrow, but it'll be really late, and it'll probably be a pretty short stream. And yeah, I don't want to do Resident Evil because that involves like moving and stuff, and I don't want to do that. Maybe I'll just pick something random to play tomorrow just to kind of do it. Or maybe, I don't know. I'm still debating about the days that I should stream, but I'll stream tomorrow. It'll be a short stream. It'll be a late stream. Unless I happen to be up really early, maybe I'll do a really early stream and end it before I got to go get my car oil change. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. I'm kind of on a whim right now. But that's pretty much it. I have to record some TikTok because I ran out of content. I need to make new ones. And yeah. If you can't make it tomorrow, people, I will be back on Tuesday as well and Wednesday. And we're going to continue with some Resident Evil one of those days for sure. I need to make sure that we beat that game. Once we're done Resident Evil, I want to play the DLC. If it's in VR, if it's not, then I'll move on to a different game. And then Resident Evil 4 VR comes out in the winter, and I'm really excited about that. I can't wait for that. That's going to be great. And then we'll find another horror game to play. You know, I'll find something that'll get me scared, and we'll do that. And then October will be here in a couple of weeks. And if you don't know, I pretty much only do horror games come October. Like, I fixate on that because it's Halloween and I want that to be a big thing. And then the final night before Halloween or on Halloween, I think it's going to be before because of the day it falls on, we end up doing a one-sitting gameplay of Silent Hill, the original PS1 version, where I start the game brand new and finish the game all in one stream. The stream usually lasts about 9 hours. I think the last one was about 10.5 hours. It's kind of like my celebration for Halloween, so that's what we'll do. And that'll be really fun. A whole night of me playing Silent Hill. That'll be exhausting. And that's what we'll do. It'll be really cool. No shortcuts. The Screaming Baby retro comes out when I get scared. That's why there's the jump scare donation, because people laugh at it, think it's hilarious. Anyways, I'd better get myself out of here. I really appreciate everybody being here and spending time with me and, you know, just hanging out and chatting. I hope you enjoyed the stream, even though it was just like me wandering around in Minecraft and just like collecting diamonds and stuff. I thought it was fun. Yeah, I'm still on the fence about Minecraft long term because it can be very boring for a lot of people. I know. And I don't really like, I'm not interacting with other players, so it's not like there's some kind of crazy drama that keep things interesting. But we'll see. I'm still playing with what I want to do, you know. We'll see. I also have Green Hell. That's not scary. That's a survival game. I was thinking about the forest. Green Hell is another one that I've got that I can do in VR. That one's really freaky and fun and hard. But yeah. Yes, it's blocks. You won't have the opportunities when you get older. One, because you won't be meeting a lot of people. You're going to see the same faces for like the rest of your life unless you switch jobs a lot. Or you'll be like me where I don't have anybody that I work with. Like I work with my brother. And there's one woman that I see at work who is around my age and she is very, very pretty. But she is also married and has kids and, you know, no. But that's like the only other woman in my life that I could even like potentially flirt with. Outside of that, I don't see women at all ever anymore because I don't work with anybody. So I don't have any opportunities outside of the online world, and that's just a nightmare. And you can't get away with it as easily when you're older. You know? Like if you flirt with somebody when you're younger, it's expected you're going to be flirtatious. So like that's fine. If I flirt with somebody when I'm older, like there's a whole bunch of other stuff that goes along with it that makes it so much worse as you get older. So enjoy flirting when you're younger, because as you get older, it also gets less meaningful, which means less pressure. So it's fine as you get older, but enjoy it while you're younger because you can take more risks and I don't know, maybe meet somebody wonderful. You never know, right? I should play it on SMP. I don't like playing with other people in general, but especially with like stream stuff, because age ranges really dictate how people see gaming. And a big problem between ages, like somebody older like me and somebody younger, is trolling is a lot more fun when you're younger. It's not fun for me. I don't think trolling is funny. I don't think trolling is interesting. And then if I'm trying to run a channel, it's also very hard when you're dealing with people that may mess up what you're trying to do. If I were to do one, it would be with other creators that I work with and I know and that I enjoy their content and I feel like we mesh well. So I probably wouldn't do it. I had considered it for a while, but you also have to pay for it. Like you have to pay for the server, and I don't want to do that. Because I'm not a Minecraft creator really. So I would pay for a server if I was going to do something like with a bunch of other creators maybe. But it's probably not on the table. That's what I would say. Yeah, Green Hell can be really scary for sure. It's just not like jump scare, make me scream and pee and cry, you know? That I don't trust you guys? Pretty much. I had, let me tell you this last story and then I'm gonna go. This is why I don't trust viewers. And I you're insulted, I know. But here's my logic. And this is, I think you would agree with this. When I first started, I was getting quite a big viewership. You know, I was averaging anywhere from 25 to 60 viewers per stream. On average, it was closer to like 45 to 50. And the channel was really busy. And it was 45 to 50 people that loved talking. So the chat was the same speed as somebody that had like 100 viewers, where it was just going. It never stopped. And so a lot of it was the same questions over and over again. A lot of it was people just spamming. And so I had a bunch of mods. And they would help time people out, keep people, you know, following the rules. And they would help answer the same questions that I would get asked a million times. Like, what's your name? How old are you? How long have you been streaming? Like those same questions would get asked every day. My mods would answer it and made it way easier for me. And so it was great. I trusted this one mod. He was awesome. He was like my third mod I ever had. And then he started flirting with one of my other mods. And she didn't like him. And then he started to get very toxic about it and attacking my viewers. And he would attack viewers at other chats when he would be in somebody else's channel and they were both there, him and her, and somebody would flirt with her there because she was very, very pretty. Somebody would flirt with her there, he would start attacking them. And everybody knew he was my mod. Because one, they would see him on my channel, but two, he would make sure he told people he was my mod. Because that to him was like a big moment of like, I have power. And he would just ban people in my chat without me knowing. And so it was really, really frustrating. And then one day I got a bunch of complaints from people and that it was making me look bad. And so I confronted him about it. And then he full blown attacked me, like called me every name under the sun and like full blown attacked me. So I very, very quickly learned that even if somebody's really chill, you don't know them. And so when it comes to my content, I'm incredibly protective because I put in a lot of work and my channel means nothing to you. Like you could be a big fan. I'm not talking about you in particular, but like as just a random person, it means nothing to you, right? Like if I lose or if I win at this whole content creation thing, your life stays the same. Whereas like for me, I've dedicated a lot of time and a lot of money towards this. So having somebody come in and wreck my content is very not something I'm willing to do. And then add that I'm neurodivergent and I really hate changing my routine. And when you're working with somebody else, that routine is in the air. What is that noise? I don't even know what that noise was. Did you guys hear that? Oh, my headset still has battery. That was so weird. I don't even know what that noise was. Did you hear that? Stay mad, stay sad. Oh, it's because TikTok is telling me you haven't done anything because I'm talking. Shut up, TikTok. I'm live. What are you talking about? But yeah, it was very, very much clear to me that other people don't care about my channel the way that I do. And so I don't want to risk that. And like I said, I like routine. And when you're dealing with like viewers and stuff, that routine gets thrown out the window. I used to like, I would even do voice chats with viewers where like I would go live, I'd be playing my game and I'd go on voice chat so I could talk to some of the viewers. because they wanted to ask me questions, they wanted to chat and whatever, and it was exciting for them. But then it would always be hijacked by somebody, either a troll coming in and saying a bunch of hateful stuff, or it would turn into them like taking over the whole chat. One guy in particular, who I know was a little bit developmentally challenged or whatever. I don't know what the politically correct term is. I'm sorry. But they would like spend the whole time, hey retro, hey retro, hey retro, hey retro, hey retro, hey retro. I'd be like, yes, what do you want? Hi. I just want to say hi retro. Hey retro, hey retro. This was the whole time he was on. And so it was like, it wrecked the whole vibe of the chat and the whole channel for whenever I did that. So I very quickly learned that it's not a very fun thing to add viewers to something like that. If I was a full-time Minecraft creator, then it would be different. I'd make like an SMP that everybody can hang out when they're offline. But I'm not a full-time Minecraft creator, and I would never check out the SMP. So it wouldn't be worth it for me to pay for something that I wouldn't use. You know what I mean? No, but he was the original idea for it. He was who I was mimicking when I did that. When I first started coming up with the idea, it was him, because he would do a lot of that stuff. Everything that I ever did in the Hey Retro videos was based on stuff that real people did. He was the first few that I did. It was him. It was really hard to deal with this guy because it wasn't funny when it was happening. I turned it funny, but it wasn't funny when it was happening because he would get really, really aggressive sometimes, and it was really hard to deal with. But yeah, he was the main inspiration of that. He was the main inspiration of that. Yeah, exactly. And he would do that. He would try to talk to me, and then when that would happen, when he'd be like, hey retro, and I'd be like, dude, I already said hi to you. I'm sorry, I want to talk to the other people too. He would do that. Oh, okay, well, if you don't want to talk to me, I'm gonna go, bye. And he would leave. And it was just like, are you trying to make me be like, no, please, don't go, please? Because like, I'm happy you're leaving. That was my mentality, but part of me was still kind of worried because at the time I was still really worried about people not liking me. Now I'm just like, if you don't like my channel, go. I don't care. If I have 8 viewers or if I have 1 viewer, I don't really care, because if the 7 didn't like me, then I wasn't for them. I want to do it for the 1 person who does instead of the 8 who don't. You know? Oh my God, Preston. Oh, the bad comedic timing and taking my jokes and not doing it right, and just like, ugh. It happens, Shortcuts. It happens. People like genuine. There was one guy, one lady, one middle-aged woman. It wasn't even like a young kid. If it's a young kid, you can kind of understand. But it was a middle-aged woman who said hi in my TikTok chat. And like within a couple of minutes, and I know it was a couple of minutes because I looked and nobody messaged. Thank you so much. I don't know what your name is though, because it's just blank. I apologize. I can't see it. Can I like... No, I can't see it. Your name is just blank, but hello. Thank you so much for the compliment. I appreciate that. They said that my hair looks good. But it was like, I looked and the message that was there from like 20 minutes ago was still there. I went on a little spiel for 5 minutes and then I looked back down and somebody had messaged twice. First message going, hey, what game is this? And then within those 5 minutes responded with, are you one of those people that just ignores your chat? How ignorant and disgusting. You're watching me, right? Like, you know, I'm in the middle of a conversation right now. I'm literally saying things. And you couldn't wait for me to finish my thought before getting mad and calling me inconsiderate and disgusting because I didn't respond to you within 30 seconds. I think you're the disgusting one. That was my mentality, and I made it very clear that day on video in case she was listening, but I'm sure she wasn't. But yeah, you get people that literally want you to pay attention to everything they say and answer you immediately. And if you don't, they throw a temper tantrum. It's wild. It's so wild. But yeah, that's why I don't like to play with people, because I don't like to have my schedule messed with. Like, I like the routine, not that you guys would screw up my schedule. It's just my brain works in a way where I like to know what's happening, even though, and that's why I hate right now, because I don't know what games I'm playing in what order and what day. And I really have to do that. And because I never know what other people are going to bring to the table, right? And even like something that's not negative, it is because I'm an adult, but it's not negative because they didn't mean it in like a way to try to wreck my channel. But like, I've had times where people like start messaging me privately and they'll start like saying things that are really inappropriate, not like anything dirty, but they'll start flirting with me. I've had a few girls flirt with me, and they'll like, I had one in particular that sent me a couple of pictures, nothing lewd or anything like that. It was just her in her birthday dress, and kind of being like, do I look cute? It's my birthday. And then the next one was a picture of her cake. But it was just like, we've never talked before. And your birthday cake literally says you just turned 18. Like, I'm like 30 something years old. I don't remember when this happened. It happened a while back, but I'm like, no. And so like, I just messaged back, hope you have a great birthday, and ignored everything else she said. And she never answered. She never messaged again. She never even came to the stream again. But it's just like, it's very quick to fall into a place that you don't want to by like interacting past a certain level. And I just never know what somebody's intentions are when I don't know them, right? That's why I prefer to deal with just content creators or people that I know in real life. Just makes it a little bit easier, you know? It's my birthday next year. Oh man, Preston, it's so bad. There was one guy in particular that I watched recently. The worst part is TikTok has made this environment where like, and because it's run mostly by teenagers, and again, back to the whole immaturity thing of not understanding how the world works, they've really made it seem like plagiarism just isn't a big deal. When like anywhere in the world, plagiarism is a really big deal. Like you can get sued for tons of money for plagiarizing, but TikTok's like, no, it's fine. It's TikTok, but it's still plagiarism. Like you could still get in a lot of trouble if you did this anywhere else but TikTok. And the only reason you can do it on TikTok is because other plagiarists are defending you. That's the only reason. But that being said, there's one guy in particular, his whole spiel on TikTok is he does funny rap lyrics, and he'll like pretend he's like the producer and then the rapper. And he always does like extreme things, like where like the rap is completely like out of left field. Like he's talking about like taking his homie out to dinner and holding hands because he was crying, but not in like a romantic way. Like they make it very clear that it's just like him trying to comfort his homie while he's trying to sound like he's like this tough, rough thug. And it's just like, what? Or he'll do like, it'll be like a ballad and he's rapping like it's some kind of thug song and rapping about like killing people. So it's like very, very contrasty. This isn't what rap is, but the guy's super confident. It's super funny. And this other guy took his sound, downloaded it, did the exact same joke using that guy's sound. And what's significant about it is the way TikTok works is if I use your sound on TikTok, it'll show who made the sound so you can go back and see the original. If I like stitch or duet your video, it connects it to you and I can tag you in the video. But if I download the song and then do it and upload it, it comes off as if it's my song and my idea. So that's what this guy did without tagging. And everybody who tagged him, he was deleting their messages because he was literally trying to take it as his own. Like that's the level of plagiarism you get on TikTok, where they will full-blown steal your whole idea, including your own voice, and then just mouth in front of it and then be like, man, it's TikTok. I'm just doing a funny idea. But it's that guy's idea and it's his work. So like even what I dealt with, at least they did their own thing with my joke. Still disgusting, but like that level is gross. It's gross. Anyways, I'm gonna get myself out of here. I really appreciate everybody hanging out and being with me. I will be back tomorrow for a short stream, like I said, later in the evening, because I gotta do my oil change for my car. Hopefully it's quick. We'll see. And then I will come back and stream for a little bit, just for a couple of hours. It won't be a crazy long stream. And then I'll be back Tuesday, normal time, normal stream. I'm gonna try really hard to sit down and try to at least hash out a basic schedule, so that way you all can have an idea of what I'm playing and when I'm playing it, and then maybe we can make it work. We'll see. Thank you so much, everybody. Merle, I hope you get some more sleep and that you're definitely feeling better. Really appreciate it. Yeah, definitely don't worry about being here tomorrow because it's going to be so late. But I will see you Tuesday. Okay? All right, everybody. See you later. Have yourselves a really good night. Lots of love. Take care. Bye-bye.